Hello? Okay, there we go. And which one of these is for the screen? The first or the second?
It took me a couple minutes to get this. And then it went to Chrome, and then got to the, and I went to the district website.
Okay. All right, at 5:33, I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Mountain View Wisconsin School District Board of Trustees. And it looks like we'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll stand. Oh, are the kids? The kids are going to be presenting that way. I've been instructed, so thank you. No. You want to start, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It appears we have a public comment on the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Nelson. 1 minute, please.
Press the button with the little face.
He's muted right now.
No, not you. You're fine. You may start, yes.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, particularly our small ones, I'm glad to talk about this Pledge of Allegiance, because this Pledge of Allegiance, of course, we're not pledging allegiance to the President of the United States. We're not pledging allegiance to a particular president. And although it's called the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, it also says to the republic for which it stands. One of the things in our republic is actually we're not a theological republic. We don't pledge allegiance to Christianity or Judaism or Islam or Buddhism or any of those things. So me and some other people who've been on boards or superintendents sometimes leave out the part that says under God. Now, it's a capitalized G. That was put in by Congress in 1952. Even though I'm a Christian and I believe in God, the one God.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, your time is up. Thank you for your 1 minute comment on the Pledge of Allegiance. It was. You must have missed my comment on that. We're going to move on now to the roll call.
You don't have to say it.
Laura Blakely. Ellen Wheeler. Devin Conley.
Tamara Wilson. Let the record reflect that 4 of the 5 trustees are here and Trustee Gutierrez is absent. We'll move on now to approval of the agenda. Item C.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, on a motion moved by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the approval of the agenda passes unanimously. And now we will move on to the Stevenson School Showcase. Sir, this is a public meeting, a business meeting held in the public purview. Oh, okay. What would you like to say?
Okay, I thought I had done that.
I've got several. It gets a little bit confusing. You have 1 minute on this item. Because we have a very lengthy meeting to get through, and you have comments on just about every item.
Is this on?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not on. You're muted.
On some of the items you're voting on, or you're in closed session talking about the superintendent's contract. I just want to make sure you know that an item, if you vote on the superintendent's contract, it has to be in an open meeting. You can't vote on it in closed meetings and then report out that that's what your vote was. I have the text on that is from this wonderful manual that I think you guys have, and the superintendent nicely sent to me. It's the Brown Act manual. It's an updated manual. It's up to 2019, some of the things in it. And here is what they'll say. You can look at it as you go into your closed session.
Thank you. And now it's time for the Stevenson Elementary students to do their school showcase. Thank you for your patience.
All right. Thank you to the parents for coming out tonight, and thank you for some of our staff. And so this is a Stevenson Elementary Showcase that our students are super excited to share. I do need to say this, that we are thankful to be recognized as a distinguished school. The academics play a huge part, but tonight's highlight is going to be our social emotional learning. And before I even go further, a lot of these things that you see that are going to be presented, core values, our new impact program, our Friday Fevers, started with Dr. Westover. And so just really wanted to recognize Dr. Westover for the work that she's done at Stevenson the past few years. And what we're seeing tonight is just a continuation of the work that she's done. So I just wanted to say thank you to Dr. Westover.
Hi there. My name's Kyle Hillebrecht. I teach fourth grade at Stevenson, and so much of what we do at PACT falls under this umbrella of the social emotional learning, and tonight we just want to highlight a couple things really highlighted by the kids presenting to you, so we'll try to get out of the way as quickly as possible. All that we do is kind of grounded in these core values that 6 or 7 years ago were brainstormed and come up with by the community of parents and teachers, community, respect, innovation, resilience, and collaboration. And that's those 5 core values have really been the foundation of the work that we've been doing around social emotional learning and really even our academic learning at PACT as well. Last year, we embarked on creating a continuum of driving questions to try to help build some of the skills involved in our core values that were grade level appropriate. So this is one example of kind of a definition of resilience, and then some big ideas around resilience and some driving questions to try to get at those big ideas in classrooms. And we had been working with Project Cornerstone, and we wanted to keep that sort of foundation in this new curriculum and this new sort of way of going about it. And Jen Pearson can speak more to that.
I'm Jen Pearson, and I'm a parent in the district. So with Ms. Westover, Dr. Westover, and with a bunch of teachers and parents, we created this program that we're now calling Impact. And as Mr. Kyle said, that it's influenced by Project Cornerstone in the sense that we really like the foundation of literacy and the connection of our parents going into the classrooms. But we really, after several years of trying to tweak Project Cornerstone to fit our values, we said, why don't we create a program that is all about our values, and then targeting directly to the needs developmentally that the kids have in kindergarten through 5th grade. So it's all, founded and based in our values, but then it's developmentally leveled as we go up. So these are our books. We picked really good literature books that support the kids. And then another thing that we've really focused on is having common language throughout our schools. So we have these anchor charts that we've created for every value that hang in every single classroom. And then our team of parents and teachers have been creating some common language. So the shield that's up there, Mr. Kyle and I and Ms. Park created this based in PACT to teach the kids this idea of conflict resolution. And again, these images are carried through all the classrooms, but then targeted at the level the kids are at. So in kindergarten, they're working on just stopping their bodies and watching their neighbor. But then in 5th grade, we're talking about repairing and redoing relationships, but all kind of founded in that conflict. As I said, grade level specific lessons. So for example, in kindergarten, these are our 2 books. So it's a 2-year program that we're doing. So we started with Ish this year. In kindergarten, they were studying what are different emotions and feelings. But then when we scaffold up to 4th grade, it's what strategies can I use to deal with my emotions in an appropriate way. And so we created, this is an example of some anchor charts in the room. So in kindergarten, they actually made pictures of emotions, identifying different emotions and looking at body language. So we used the book to emulate that, and then the kids acted out the emotions and really experience those emotions so they could notice it in a friend when somebody is having a hard time or a happy time or a sad time or a frustrated or disappointed time. But what that looks like in 4th grade is, hey, I'm experiencing this frustration, so what strategy can I deal with my frustration? What are safe strategies that I can use at school, like school appropriate strategies, and what strategies can I use at home to deal with my frustration? And that's what I want to present from the parent side.
Hi, my name is Miss Sammy, and I'm one of the 2nd grade teachers at Stevenson. And our 2nd graders are here to present what we presented last month at the Friday Fever, which is a monthly school assembly where we highlight one of the Stevenson core values.
What is innovation? The introduction of something new. It's a idea, method, or device. Synonyms are creation and invention. Idea. New. Never give up. Observant. Visualize. Ambitious. Thoughtful. Inventive and imaginative. Open to new ideas. Noble. There are too many cool innovations and innovators to name, but we want to tell you a few of them. You might have heard of Thomas Edison, Benjamin Franklin, or Marie Curie, but there's a few innovators that you might not be familiar with. Have you ever used a whiteboard in class? We have. Let's give a shout out to Martin Heights, who invented the dry erase boards. He was a photographer who discovered that he could wipe off marker from his film. This helped him come up with the idea of dry erase. Schools liked the idea of dry erase boards because people were becoming allergic to all the chalk dust from the chalkboards. We're glad Martin discovered this because whiteboards are fun and help us learn. Have you ever seen a 3D movie? If you have, you can thank Valerie Thomas for that. Valerie was fascinated by electronics, but as a young girl, no one took her seriously, including her father, because she was a girl who was interested in mathematics and science. When she got to college, she was only one of 2 women to major in physics. Valerie worked at NASA, and her experiments with concave mirrors led to the invention of her aluminum transmitter, which helped many things at NASA. It also led to 3D movies being created. Now, when I go to see Star Wars in 3D, I think of Valerie. Thanks, Valerie. As you can see, innovation is all about seeing something that can be valuable and creating something new. There are so many famous innovators, and we hope you learn about an innovator you haven't heard of before today. You don't have to be famous to innovate. Anyone can innovate, even you and I. Here are some examples of how we innovated in 2nd grade. It is recess time. This might scramble for the few balls we have. This is so frustrating. I never get to take a ball. I have an idea. is it? Let's make a ball chart. What is a ball chart? Here it is. Now we can all mark charts at using the ball.
Planner box. Planner box. Ready? Nice and loud. Go.
Everyone is on the back at lunchtime on a hot summer day. It's so hot. I hope my lunch is still cold. Oh no, my teeth moved in and they won't taste good anymore. To solve this problem, our class, along with our parents and teachers, decided to make planter boxes. This will give our lunches some shade. It will also make the blacktop greener. After a few weeks of sketching, planning, and making models, building, and finally have a planter box. If you want to see it, look outside room 17.
All right, excellent job, second graders. Thank you for showing our school board how you are all invented.
Thank you all. Thank you, Principal Santiago, and thank you, former principal. Wonderful work, everyone. Thanks for coming and sharing with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. They were awesome. No. I'll just get my computer out. Did yours work right away?
No, it has to go to that. It just has to, I don't know which one it is, but once you change, there you go, Laura got it. The district controlled screen, I believe the one on the right. So now which one?
I just don't have a mouse. That's the problem. So it doesn't help at all. Oh, you did? Yes. I'm seeing something. Aha.
All right, at this time, we'll move on to item 3, which is the opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. We have one comment card from Mr. Nelson.
I wanted to correct the record that I made a mistake. I think I sent you a message after the last meeting. What has happened in this district for teacher retention over the last 5 or 6 years, since about 13, was we have been at 8 years average teacher retention. In the county, there has been about 10 years teacher retention. These are graphs that you can get off of Ed Data. And in the state of California, the average teacher retention in the district is 12 years. So we have not made any progress, unfortunately, even during the time I came on the board, about increasing our teacher retention to even match what it is in the rest of the county. So part of the thing of the superintendent's evaluation should be how well he's helping increase this number. And I think
Just to correct the record, when Mr. Nelson was on the board in 2016, the retention rate was 53%. The retention rate last year was 76%. And this year we are projecting 78%.
Thank you for that clarification. And now, if there are no other members of the public who would like to address the board at this time on items on the closed session agenda, at 5:53, we will All right, at 7:54, we will reconvene the meeting of the Mountain View Westman School District Board of Trustees. I'd like to report that no action was taken during closed session. We will now move on to the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be approved in one motion. If discussion is required, items may be removed by the board members for separate consideration. And it looks like I have a comment on this item from Mr. Nelson.
Yes.
You have 1 minute.
Yes, I'd like to just make a comment on D, and I would like to have C pulled for the board discussion. C1 contracts, actually just contract number 2, which has to do with a contract for how rentals are done in the district and how people will be charged for that. So I would like that one pulled, and I just want to make a comment. Doesn't have anything to do with whether you should do it. D, Therakoff, this thing is another example of going over the contingency budget. This is the third project, I think, where the contingency budget has been used up and more than 50% or about 50% of the contingency is over. Of course, that's only 5% of the whole project, but I think you have to use stronger board directive to not go over your contingencies. There are some things that are discretionary. So you're discretionary by the staff asking for more stuff than's in the real budget. Thank you.
To clarify, we spoke with our lawyers today. A community member cannot pull an item off of consent.
Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, on a motion moved by trustee Wheeler and seconded by trustee Conley, the consent agenda passes unanimously. We'll move on now to item 7, communications, and we will start off with employee organizations. Are there any members of employee organizations who'd like to address the board at this time? Or community comments on that? Okay, we'll move on to district committees. Are there any members of our district committees who'd like to address the board at this time? It looks like we have a community comment on district committees. Mr. Nelson? You have 1 minute, sir.
Site councils. One of the things I noticed about one of the schools, they said they're not getting Chromebooks for educationally or economically disadvantaged kids who've asked for them, even though it's halfway through the school year. I'd like to remind you this issue of kids missing school is a major issue, particularly for economically disadvantaged. There were 165 last year who were chronically absent. That represents this many kids and over 3,300 days of missed instruction. That many days. So that's the number of days that were missed. Each page is 10 kids. Each kid is shown as missing 18 days, 18, 19, or 20 days. It's about 3,200 missed instructional days just for the
Thank you. We'll move on now to item C, Superintendent. Dr. Rudolph?
Just want to let the board know that, as you know, we put out a plan of action for the coronavirus, and we've been working diligently at all of our sites and monitoring the illnesses. We are starting to see a drop. Obviously, this is also flu season too. But the fact that we have been sort of deep cleaning and spraying and sort of disinfecting places at night has definitely had an impact there. So just want to let you know we're going to keep that up. And we've been pretty pleased with our staff, teachers, and the community buying into the washing the hands and covering your mouths and staying home if you're sick. And it's definitely having an impact as we track absences across all of our sites.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Move on now to item 8, community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. Are there any members of the public who'd like to address the board at this time on community comments? Okay, seeing as there are none, we'll move. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, if you could Yes, thank you. Drop off the yellow card and come on over to the podium. Please speak your name and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board. For new people who are new to the room, the prior speaker had one because he's had several, 5 or 6 cards prior to this, so it's a cumulative time that I'm looking at here. So ma'am, if you could state your name and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. My name is Melissa Willett. Thank you for hearing me. I'm an exemption investigator in the Santa Clara County Assessor's Office, and I'm here to urge you to support the Schools and Communities First initiative. I think that California can do better than being 39th in the country in pure pupil funding and overcrowded classrooms. I think Schools and Community First will invest in the future of our children. I'm a single mother. I'm here with my son because it's really important for increased funding, and it would be beneficial for me and my son. He's an 8th grader, and because of the buses at schools being cut, he has to take public transportation, and sometimes it takes him an hour and a half after school to get home because the VTA lines don't match with school schedules, and he's fighting with adults and other people in the community for the bus space, and he's more uncomfortable sometimes on the crowded buses and has to take later buses, which means sometimes it takes him over 2 hours to get home from school, and it's not that far. As an exemption investigator for the assessor's office, I also have a huge problem with the way that Assessor Larry Stone is painting Schools and Communities First. The initiative gives a generous implementation timeline and phase-in period so that reassessments can be made in a manageable way, and we need to reclaim these funds for our families. It would be irresponsible for us to stop an initiative because the assessor simply does not want to invest the time to train and support his staff. Schools and Community First is critical to our children's future, and I encourage the board to pass a resolution in support of Schools and Communities First. Thank you.
Thank you.
It would be really useful if when, so for example, Ariana, you are the first person to the public to receive cards. If you could take a look at what agenda item their comment is for, because we actually do have an agenda item, yes, for this item. And so your comments were useful, but it's also useful for our process to be able to put things where they're expected to go.
I think she had just walked in and thought that was the time. So
Thank you.
We'll make sure we monitor that. Thank you.
You're fine. Okay, so are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak to the board at this time at the items not on the current agenda? Okay, seeing as there are none, we'll move on to review and action. Item A, board policy number 5132, dress and grooming.
So we have in front of the board, board policy 5132, dressing and grooming, which is really a continuation of the process that we have, just for the public's sake. The district, the trustees brought this issue up. Previously, it was passed to the wellness committee. The wellness committee sent it back. The trustees then gave further direction, and then that sort of spearheaded the move. And then we've also had some students as well as teachers who have come up and parents who have talked about it. The two members of this board have worked on this behind the scenes to sort of come up with the final draft. And what you have in front of you is a culmination of the work that they finalized for final action. And so the district staff is recommending that you approve board policy 5132. And then immediately afterwards, we'll start working on the actual dress code for the elementary as well as the middle schools that will be put in the student plate handbooks.
Are there questions from any board members? Okay, I've got 2 community comments on this item. If you could please listen for your name and line up at the podium. I've got Louis Roars as well as Rebecca Escobar. Could you please walk up to the podium and speak your name before your comment? Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes each.
I'm Louis Roars.
Great, thank you.
Um, yeah, um, Trustees and supervisor, I just want to really express on behalf of the students and the parents and others in this community the speed and the respect you've given to this concern that we've had. So I'm hoping that the board approves this policy, and I just want to I'm really impressed with the seriousness and the gravity you've given everyone with respect for this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roars. Ms. Escobar?
It's Escobar.
Oh, apologies.
That's okay. So the one thing that I was concerned with that I didn't see in the policy was any specific, I'm a parent of an elementary and a middle schooler, and it didn't list anything that said something about a strap for shoes, and I thought that was a safety concern, especially for the younger students, like elementary students. If they don't have a shoe that is secured well to their foot, if they're playing on the playground in the tan bark, I was just concerned that that might not have be very safe for them if they're hanging on the monkey bars and their shoe falls off or something like that, or they're trying to run on the blacktop and they're playing with their friends and their shoe accidentally gets stepped on, they could fall and hurt themselves. And so I was hoping that the word strap might be added for shoes, and then also I didn't notice for tops if there was supposed to be a strap as well. And again, that was kind of a safety concern for the younger students as they're very active on the blacktop. They're moving around. If there's nothing securing their top portion of their tops to their body, then that might be, again, a safety concern if they fall into the tan bark. And I only say this because of all of the personal experience that I've had with my children playing on the playgrounds and things like that. So that was my concern that I thought I would bring up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Escobar. Do we have additional comments from board members? I would like to comment that I thought it was a really neat action that we've seen where students came before us advocating for themselves, sitting here presenting in front of the board. It can be a very nerve-wracking experience, and you stood up for yourselves, and that things can be changed by your voices, and please don't ever forget that. So thank you for that.
I just wanted to comment that I'm glad we're moving towards a more biased and inclusive dress code, and I hope we can review the implementation of this next year and see how it went, because it's the first time that we've taken this direction, but I'm really glad to see the progress that we've made, and thank you to everyone who has participated in this process and really driven this forward.
I have a question about the shoe straps. So do the people who are on the committee have a comment about that?
I was going to ask a different question where maybe it could be addressed, but I mean, what am I trying to say? All the policies and such that we reviewed, I don't recall seeing anything about that in them. So frankly, I had not considered it and was not aware that it potentially could be an issue, although I appreciate your concern. I'd be open to revisiting that, but I'm wondering, my question was going to be, what is the next step? Do the individual schools then adopt a policy? And so for the schools for like younger kids, I mean, I trip, I'm a klutz. I'm way out of elementary school. So I wear flat shoes, you may notice. But if it's appropriate for the elementary schools, if that is perceived as a danger, would that be something that the schools perhaps could adopt at that level?
So I just want to remember that this is the minimum attire standards that we're given. The next step will be that a group of principals, well, the middle schools will work on a policy, dress code, and then a group of elementary principals work on a dress code that they'll be able to use uniformly across all the elementary sites and the 2 middle school sites. And then we will bring that as an administrative regulation to the board, and then those would be adopted as part of the safety plans.
So potentially, if the principals felt it was appropriate to add something about straps or laces on shoes.
Yeah. One of the things it clearly states is the need for the safety of students, and then it also calls for when appropriate or when you are, physical activity or in other places, they have to change their shoes, and so that is addressed in the actual policy that was written, and so we can easily make sure that it's captured in a more specific dress code, if that's what the direction is.
And I didn't give Trustee Connolly a chance to respond to Trustee Wheeler's question as well. We were the two committee members.
I mean, I would say I'd love to hear from the principals on that. It's not something that I have encountered as a code before in the schools that I've worked at or the districts that I've worked in. So I think if the principals, when they develop that administrative regulation for us, I think that would be an appropriate time for input from them.
Trustee Wheeler, any other questions? Okay.
I do want to read, so Trustee Gutierrez did send me his comments that he asked me to share with the board. He said, please share my support and happiness at our voting in support of a dress code policy upgrade. I'm proud of the students who spoke up. That's what a portrait of a graduate should look like. Best, Jose Gutierrez Jr.
Thank you, Jose. All right, so I think at this point we need a motion.
I move that the board approve board policy number 5132, dress and grooming as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and a motion moved by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Blakely. The motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. Okay. All right, at this time at 11:10, I'll close this regular meeting of the Mountain View Westman School District Board of Trustees, and at 8:12, I will open the meeting, the public hearing under the initial proposals for the Mountain View Westman School District and the California School Employees Association, Chapter 812 for successor agreement. Ms.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Carmen Geisels. I'm the Chief Human Relations Officer for the Mountain View Westman School District, and with me is...
I'm Kathleen Cooper, and I'm the representative for the negotiating team for the CSEA this year.
So every year, both sides present initial contract proposals to the trustees, and it is within our scope that they should be presented in a public meeting. And staff will present these initial proposals as you have in your packet. Meeting and negotiating between district and employee organizations cannot occur until there is a public hearing, so that's what we're doing tonight. We are hoping that the trustees will approve our initial proposals for reopening. The contract for CSEA Chapter 12 is completely open, so it's called a successor agreement. We are hoping to begin negotiations soon, pending board approval.
Thank you, Ms. Geisels.
And we're looking forward to successful negotiations.
Thank you. Are there any questions from trustees at this time? If not, I will open it up to public comment. Since this is a new meeting, not the regular board meeting, anybody with a comment card you'd like to, do they need comment cards for public hearings? Fill one out afterwards. You have 3 minutes, Mr. Nelson.
Yes, I don't need 3 minutes. I only need 1 minute. I hope, I'm a little bit sorry that I know it's sort of odd things going into district negotiations and putting out something there, but I think a good starting offer, considering how much reserves that we have been carrying for so many years, and we look in a pretty good shape, is that you very quickly you're going to offer a real number for how much the salary scale will increase, and that it be the Bay Area COLA. There's a Bay Area version of what inflation is, and that you, as a board, hopefully can tell your negotiating staff that that's that gives a real number, that gives an adjustable thing, and maybe limit it to 10% or something over the next 3 years, or 12% over the next 3 years maximum. Thank you.
Okay, I see no other community members wishing to comment on this public hearing item. I believe I need a motion.
move that the board approve.
Trustee Blake, I apologize. Apparently, since I'm not very good at the process part of this, I need to close this before we vote. So at 8:15, I'll close the public hearing and I'll reopen the Mountain View Western School District Board of Trustees meeting. And I accept your motion.
So I move that the board approve the request for a waiver for Therakoff School. Wait, am I on the wrong one?
B. Item B.
Item B.
Okay, I'm looking at the PDF. I apologize. If somebody else wants to make the motion, that would be fine, or I will get it here.
I make a motion that the Board of Trustees approve the district's initial proposal for reopening a successor agreement of the collective bargaining agreement with the California School Employees Association, Chapter 812, as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, on a motion moved by Trustee Conley and seconded by Trustee Wheeler. The initial proposal passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Geisel.
Thank you.
We'll move on now to item C, Title I waiver for Therakoff Elementary School.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Tonight, as we discuss our Title I eligibility and waiver process for our impacted schools, we want to be reminded of the alignment to the strategic planning that our Title I funding affords us, and that's alignment to our achievement gap goal of Goal 2 of eliminating achievement gaps for students in all areas. For Title I process and programs, we do have an eligibility process that is driven by federal legislation. That federal legislation ties Title I funding to low-income students and low-achieving schools. It should be noted that districts, we do have the purview to set eligibility thresholds above the federal minimum of 40% low income. So it can be anything above that number. And that number also designates attendance areas of the schools of designation where those funding should go. Under Title I, there are two types of programming that a district can have and or schools, and one is a school-wide program that services all students, and then also the Targeted Assistance Program, also known as the TAS, and that's where the funds are designated for specific students. So the difference between the two of those when you go to a school setting would be that only certain students receive the services that are paid for by Title I with the TAS program, and in school-wide, all students benefit from the programming enhancements. As a part of Title I, states must create a system for application and also monitoring how the monies are used. And for California, that's through the consolidated application. We call it the CONAP. That CONAP is broken up into two sections throughout the year. One happens in May and June, which is sort of a reapplication process. We call it the spring release. And it's a spring release of information that we review and confirm and also agree to the guidelines of how we will spend the money, and also designate which schools or school we will give that money to. And in that application, we must include the numbers per site and district-wide as applicable of the students in low-income categories per the federal mandate. The other part of the CONAP is what we're going through right now and why we're having this conversation at the meeting, which is the winter process. And during the winter process, it's an evaluation of how are we doing with what we said we would do the prior spring in the consolidated application. That includes also any updates to the demographics of the schools or the school district that pertains to the Title I funding. This impact, as far as the data, should it change from the initial application, the spring prior, will and could impact a school's programming, and it would impact the programming within the year it's being evaluated in that winter release. So, for example, if we were to see some differences in a school, then any changes because of those differences, increase or decrease in demographics related to Title I eligibility, the changes must be made immediately within that year before the end of the school year. So for us, we have a bit of history in Title I. It didn't just begin. We are familiar with Title I, and we started in 2006 and 2007. Okay, I'm getting used to this. Thank you. That's actually helpful for many reasons.
So,
Yeah,
so
okay.
you can use this one's for
I
them.
appreciate that,
and then
Superintendent.
Yep.
My face was going to start getting red. And then I was like, okay, thank you.
Yep.
Not being rude, but thank you. Okay, so our relationship with Title I is not new. We've had a relationship since 2006. We had many schools or several schools designated as Title I schools. About a year later, after starting that relationship, we added another school, one of our middle schools, Crittenden. In about 2011, our district decided to no longer apply for that Title I funding due to the penalties incurred. There are a lot of pieces and regulations that go with that that were incurred from the No Child Left Behind. 2014, we decided to try this again, and the funding was designated for Castro and Therakoff, our turnaround schools that the board had designated. And the board had also designated, if you remember the threshold I talked about, the 65% low-income threshold, which brought Therakoff and Castro schools into that program. 2018-19, which was just last year, if you recall, we lowered that threshold because there was a trend of decreasing low-income eligibility at sites, and in particular, Therakoff. By doing so, that allowed Therakoff to continue its Title I funding when we made that change last year. So right now, we have two school-wide programs. One's at Castro, one's at Therakoff. You can see the allocations there. The allocations are based on the number of students who are eligible for Title I. So it's not for every student at the school site. It's tied to the number of students in that low-income guideline. And we also reserve monies at the district level. And what those monies go for, after we allocate to Castro and Therakoff, our turnaround schools, there are certain requirements when you receive Title I monies and requirements to put money aside for McKinney-Vento, which would be our homeless families and children. And also, once you accept more than $500,000, you do have to have a set aside of parent engagement. And then the remainder is for summer school costs. So if you look at the data trends, Castro has a fairly steady demographic from 2017 to now to 2020. If you look at Therakoff, there is a downward trend in both the low-income students and our English learners. It should be noted also in our recent review of the free and reduced lunch applications, which help us designate that low-income guideline as a district and per sites. We are seeing a shift in the incomes of the families of Therakoff, and we had quite a few applications with monthly incomes in upwards of $45,000 per month, $12,000 and $24,000 per month. It's a monthly reported income on those applications. Yes, I had to double take. Going back to that winter submission, which is what we're in right now. Which we're in right now, we are collecting data, and that data, as you saw, is a downward trend. We did know or anticipate that Therakoff's numbers would decrease, the number of low-income students, but we did not anticipate in any way that that drop would be so drastic from 55 to 38% within 1 year. This is a growing trend. We're not alone in the state of California, and that's why there's a process in place now for when this is occurring, and the CDE provides for this process, and that's what we're talking about tonight. And the process is a school waiver program, and this means that if our schools that have dropped below that 40% eligibility meet these eligibility requirements, that upon school board approval, the school may be granted a waiver to continue its programming as originally set, whether it's school-wide or targeted, for the remainder of the year within the same year of the winter collection. In other words, it would assist the schools to continue as they are and not be disrupted or disrupt instructional programming. The process includes that the school site, besides the approval of a waiver by the school board, that the school must also conduct a needs assessment, update the school-wide plan, obtain the local governing board approval, and that we would indicate the dates of the approval in the school-wide plan status within the waiver. So everything is inside of the consolidated application process that must be completed each year by every district that is receiving the funds. Once we have the approval and the revised site plan has been shared with the school site,
The school site plan cannot be approved prior to the board approval of the waiver. So the waiver must come first and then approval of the site plan. So what do we know about the waiver? We have identified the need for a waiver for Therakoff. We have followed up on incomplete free and reduced applications to see if that would have made a difference. Our school and community engagement facilitators did that. We also revised the Therakoff site plan. We included updated data and also updated demographic, just to be transparent of the changes. Also, scheduling Therakoff update meetings happened and occurred with both school site council, ELAC, and also with staff, actually, at Therakoff. We are recommending at this time, in order to meet the needs of the student population that still exists at Therakoff for this year, that the board approve the Title I waiver and the revised school site plan and request this for Therakoff Elementary School.
Thank you. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Blake?
I have a question just on that one slide about the monthly income when you tried to verify the free and reduced lunch applications. Did you try to verify that that was accurate? I've got to believe that $24,000, $12,000, and $45,000 indicated as monthly income was a mistake, that was maybe annual income?
It's not a mistake. Once it was received at the school site, our nutrition director, Debbie Austin, also verified those numbers.
So families making over $500,000 a year were applying for free and reduced lunch?
That's correct.
All right. Somewhere there's a communication thing going on. I don't know if parents, if maybe we need to next year explain better to parents, when to fill it out. Maybe they just thought that was how the kid gets a lunch card and not free lunches, but I don't know. Thank you.
Other questions from trustees? I don't see a community comment card. Did you want to comment on this item? Yeah, we'll be 1 minute though, okay? Not a problem.
I want to say thanks, Heidi. This was really interesting to read that, and you did a great write-up on it. I wonder if we can figure out how to do TAS, the targeted one, next year, because I'd like to get as much money out of the federal government as I can. And I've heard there's other options that people may be freaked out and running away if they're immigrants to this country because they think they will have no chance of getting citizenship if they are under getting government aid when they are immigrants. If there is another way of eligibility for this other than individual free and reduced student meal program, I vaguely remember seeing something on the CDC, California Department of Education site, where there are alternatives to get the numbers for other than the free and reduced, essentially subsidy. Thanks.
Other members of the community wish to address the board on this item? Trustee comments? Trustee Conley?
I do have a comment. So I support the waiver because we already have a school site that has set a budget and programming for the year, and to disrupt it right now would disrupt it, particularly for our low-income students who are still at that school, but for the school as a whole. With that in mind, when we come up to review Title I later this year, I did want to comment that right now, my understanding is that Mr. All has 47% of students who are low income. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
It's 42%. And
42%.
so at the next board meeting, we plan on bringing this back. Okay. We need to have a larger conversation just about Title I in general. Even if you were to expand the program across multiple sites, you'll probably end up doing this again next year for those sites because we continue to see declining enrollment for free and reduced lunch. Mm-hmm. And I also believe that the Supreme Court case that's currently going on about, for lack of a better word, entitlement funding used for immigrants, that this may have some type of impact on it also. So I say this to say, like, it's our intention, as we spoke with President Wilson, to bring this up at the next meeting, because we need to understand for funding, for budgeting purposes, but we will be bringing back the information to talk about each. There are 4 schools or 5? Is it 4?
4.
There are 4 schools that all fall within, 3 fall within a similar range, and then 1 school, Castro, is obviously at the highest.
Mm-hmm.
And so there just needs to be a conversation on what that looks like.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other trustee comments? Okay. Can I get a motion, please?
I move that the board approve the request for waiver for Therakoff School to remain a Title I school-wide program for the remainder of the 2019-20 school year.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye. I'm not opposed. I'm in favor. I just voted late.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. So on a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Wilson, Title I waiver for Therakoff Elementary School passes unanimously. We'll move on now to item D, the Therakoff Elementary School Single Plan for Student Achievement. So we're doing this in the proper order.
So staff recommends that you approve Therakoff's single plan for student achievement.
Any questions from trustees? Members of the public?
I do have one question. And I see our principal is here. What would you say is the most substantive change in this new plan as compared to the previous plan?
Good evening, trustees and community members. We haven't really changed the plan. It is a revision of our demographics, and we have not changed any of our budget allocations or our action plans, because we're seeing that the money that we've used so far has been effective, and we're bringing about student achievement as we planned. So the only change has been demographic and the date on the front page.
Thank you.
We've also added additional data points from iReady data, as well as any other assessment data that we have that we didn't have at the time of the single plan, of its formal adoption in October.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Dyer. Okay, any other comments from the members of the public? Comments from the board? Okay, can I get a motion, please?
I make a motion to approve the Therakoff school site plan as presented.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, on a motion made by Trustee Conley and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the single plan for student achievement for Therakoff Elementary passes unanimously. We'll move on to item E, resolution number 01020620, support for participation in the 2020 census.
If we could, I know that you approved the agenda, but you, and we should have caught this earlier, and I apologize on behalf of staff. So next up, you have a resolution in support of the census, but we also have someone who's going to present on the census. And I think it would make sense for him to present on the census before the resolution is actually passed. And so we should have caught that, and I apologize that we didn't. Staff is recommending that you amend the agenda to move 10B up so he can present first and then go back to 9E, because it would make more sense logistically.
So moved. Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we will proceed with item 10B beginning now, sir, and we will follow that up with item 9E. If you could please state your name when you come to the podium, please.
Hi, my name is Raymond Mueller, and I am a partnership specialist for the United States Census Bureau. I'm going to come over and get the remote there. Good evening, and I really appreciate you moving this up. It does make my evening a little quicker. reason that I'm here is because I'm working for the United States Census Bureau now for the third decennial census. I worked in 1990, again in 2010, and this year I'm working specifically as a partnership specialist. My goal is to help pave the road to census, and by doing this sort of presentations, I'm making it easier for those who are going to be coming along behind us and counting at the end of the census. So I'm going to start by giving you a little bit of information about census, and I'm going to try and rush through this a little bit quickly because I don't want to keep everybody here all night long. I do welcome questions at any time, so feel free to stop me just by putting your hand up. That's kind of easier so we don't have to go back and forth on the slides. So I do want to talk about, first of all, why do we take a census? It is in the Constitution. It's not just in the Constitution, it's in the first 5 sentences of the Constitution. It was that important. And they said that we would take a census within 3 years of the first Congress being set, and then we would do it every 10 years thereafter, which is what we do now on the zeros. And we have set April 1st as Census Day, and that has been going on since 1790. For those of you who would like to, you can actually go back and see census data for the censuses prior to 1940. So 1790 to 1940, the censuses are available and online. For those of you who are interested in your genealogy, if you've had family in the States at that time, you can actually track them down. If you've got a historic home, you can look up who was living in that home 100 or 150 years ago. So there's a variety of ways census is used that's not the same old boring statistics, and I'll try and bring up some of those. Now, something very exciting is here to us is that we are changing the format. In the past, we've all dreaded that packet of paper coming in the mail. We're going to be sending a simple invitation in the mail in March, and it's going to ask everyone to take part in the census via the internet or by phone if they don't want to do technology. We'll also have the opportunity to do some in-person work with questionnaire assistance centers, and ultimately, if we have to, we will get paper forms out to people after about a month if they haven't done their census yet. I will be getting into those dates a little bit more in depth. You will also note on this slide, it does state that there are 12 languages plus TDD that will be available for those internet and phone opportunities. Now, this changed the format of my slide. It was really pretty, honest. So one of the most important things that we talk about with every room that we're in is the confidentiality. We in Silicon Valley are particularly interested in our data not being used in ways that we do not approve. So I do want to make sure you all understand that the data that we provide is just that. It is data. It is not the specific facts that we gather. Think of all the information that we receive from the public and from the driver's license facilities. We actually gather data from every major government agency to do the census and do our various surveys. And it all goes into this giant cylinder like a vacuum cleaner, and it comes out as nice, clean statistics with no names and no personally identifiable information available with those statistics. I did hear someone talking about the Title I program. Did you know that funding for Title I is based on population from the census for the next 10 years? Just saying. Now, I like to throw these things in. It gets a little more boring. So again, I've done this for a while, so occasionally I go off script. Sorry. Who are the hard to count populations? I'd like everybody to take a look at this slide, and I want you all to see which one of those you might identify with, either as yourself or a friend or a relative. Most of us can fit into one of those categories in some way, shape, or form. Many of us are renters, sorry. The fact that children under 5 were the most undercounted population in 2010 is scary. People that can't obviously go on and count themselves were not being counted by their families. And it could be that they were in 2 different houses and those parents don't talk, or it could just be that they didn't want their kids' name in big data. But just to give you an idea of what that's done is those kids 10 years ago that were 5 years old have been in your school system for 10 years. You're not getting money for those kids because they weren't counted. And for some of the federal funding that comes through includes Title I funding, Title III funding, the school lunch programs, First 5 programs, our hospitals, the roads, first responders, and a variety of other things. And again, anybody who gets missed, we lose funding based on that. So please take a look at that list one more time. Think about those folks that you think fall into one of those, and think about talking about them after you hear what I have to say tonight. Now, how will we do this? We're going to send you mail. We're going to send you more mail, and then we're going to send you a person. On March the 12th, we'll be mailing out invitations to every resident in the United States, and we will count every resident of the United States, regardless of their status. We will count them once, and we will count them where they live. Can anybody here tell me whose name is going to be on those invitations? Anybody? No one. We do not use names or personally identifiable information. We're going to address those to the address. And we did this work with our cities, including the city of Mountain View, where they helped us get all of the new addresses that have been created. And we went out and did a housing survey and actually sent people to the houses to make sure those places existed and added them to our database. We start with the post office database and we just keep adding on. Okay? So we will send one to every resident. We'll then start sending more mail if you don't respond, and more mail, and more mail. And around April the 8th, we will send a paper form if we need to. Keep in mind how much money that costs for all this printing and mailing. Also, in April 20th to the 27th, we will send one final report card. I'm in a school district. Wow. We'll send out one more postcard. I have people who know me. That's the problem. It's his fault. So we'll send out that last postcard, and at that point we will send out a human being, and we will pay that human being $30 per hour. Now, there are two sides to that. Wow, we're paying them $30 an hour of tax money. The other side of that is, ooh, you guys can make $30 an hour. We'll talk about that later. Now, next up, we want to make sure you all understand that we are going to support all of our communities. This really did a lot of changes to my thing. We're in Apple. Okay, never mind. Sorry. I don't remember where we're at. Notice that there are 12 languages listed that will be used for the internet and for the phone assistance for the surveys. In addition to that, we will have 59 different languages for which we will provide glossaries and language assistance in both paper and video format. People can sit and watch a video in their language of choice and have the next screen be the survey, and they can just bounce back and forth, hear it in their own language, and then go over and do it, even if it's an English language survey. In addition to that, we will provide paper questionnaire and mailings in English and Spanish as needed. Every mailing, however, is going to have a language assistance sheet. That language assistance sheet will offer a variety of sentences that people will be able to flip through and figure out which one it is that they recognize. And in their language, it will tell them which website to go to and which phone number they should call that will get them directly to their language assistance. They won't have to go through a series of menus to get there. Okay? Now, this is sent with everything we mail out, so everybody who gets it will have that opportunity. Did I do something? Oh, there it is. Partnership strategies. So again, I'm with the partnership department, and we are doing a variety of things, including we started a complete count committee with the county back in beginning of last year. Some of you have been involved in the education subcommittee, I believe. We have also done community and nonprofit social service organizations, reaching out through those organizations, including some of our friends that are in the audience. Faith-based community, we got a letter from the diocese. Actually, the bishop put out a letter in support, like the resolution you're doing tonight, and sent it to everyone in the diocese. Statistics in schools is one I want to make sure you understand about, because I'm going to be asking a couple of very specific things of you. Statistics in schools is an evergreen program that we offer. It is free curriculum-based, or free curriculum that is based in what teachers have created for teachers to use, and it is available to your staff to pull down and put into any of their lessons. To give you an idea of some of the things that are available, for the younger kids, you've got little fun fact sheets, like the fact that there are more companies that make Valentine's chocolate in the state of California than any other state, and the second runner-up is in Pennsylvania. So, little tidbits of information you didn't really think you needed, but one day you'll play Trivial Pursuit. The other thing is, there are only 23,000 people in the United States that work on making Halloween candy. You'll notice I enjoy making candies. So there's a lot of little things like that. There's also full lesson plans. There's a lesson plan on Martin Luther King where the class is then sent into our data bank to find the data on the community they're in and see how that data, or how the community changed over the decades since Martin Luther King was alive, and how the questions changed. For instance, the first survey in 1790 was primarily interested in free white men over 18. Okay. This has changed a great deal. We now have the opportunity for people to put as many of the races as they identify and handwrite them in, up to 5, in fact. Then they can identify, for instance, in the city of Santa Clara, for some reason it didn't show anybody Portuguese in the last survey. They've got a handwriting campaign. They're going to handwrite Portuguese in on that and make sure that they count this time. It's actually a national campaign that they helped start because it didn't show up. So be sure that you identify yourself as you see yourself. We ask that of all of our respondents. We'll also be doing a mobile questionnaire assistance, and we're hoping that, for instance, like this room, if it were available on a day and we needed to send somebody in with an iPad and invite the public to come in and get help, we would hope that the district would consider offering us the space as a place to do that. And finally, the most important thing is that I am hunting for trusted voices, and the folks in this room are trusted voices. You're the ones that go to the meetings. You're the ones that got voted into those seats. The community will respect you when you go out and explain to them that the federal government is doing this. Because I work for the federal government, some people won't listen to me. You're actually doing better than most. But you can go out and talk about this, and you can explain to people why it's important to their children, and for the next 10 years, their school district, and then ultimately even the values of their home because of the funding that comes in to do all those other things. Now, we do have a Statistics in School program, and I'm going to ask for your district, if you would, to please consider putting out the letter that I have put an image of here to all parents the first week of March. It will give them some meat to chew on when they get that envelope in the mail and say, you know what, I really should respond to this. It helps my kid this way. Okay? And since it's coming from you, again, it will be an opportunity for them to hear what we're saying. We do also offer, again, as I said, the various, oops, oh, that was interesting. Ooh, see? We do, okay, now that's just bad. We do offer free materials for pre-K, K through 12, ESL and adult, and you can go to census.gov/schools to access that information. Feel free to go on yourselves, take a look at it. It's a bit of a rabbit hole, especially if you get interested into something there. But your teachers can go in there and pull things down on a day they're going to be absent and send that over for the substitute to work on. Instead of having to have them hope that they're going to cover the curriculum they want them to cover, they can do something that accompanies their lessons. Next up, we talked about $30 an hour, and this is for everybody in the room, so I hope we're all awake. Okay. We do want to make sure you understand it is a very simple thing that you can do. You can go online, you can apply for this job, and you can do this job on evenings and weekends. We have many teachers unions that have actually put it out to their membership because extra $30 an hour is a big deal. If you do 25 hours per week extra in the evenings and on the weekends for the 8-week assignment, you make $6,000. Think about that trip you might want to take, or if you want to try to afford a ticket to Disney. There you go, $6,000 ought to do that. This is a job that you put around your own schedule, so we do ask that you consider being available again in those evenings and weekends. And if you think about the area where you live, put a 2-block circle around that house. Somebody in that 4 blocks is going to have to do this job. So if it's not going to be you, take a picture of that and send it to the person that needs to do it. That lazy guy in the corner that all he does is sit there and watch everybody, you know he wants to knock on everybody's door anyhow. Or that renter that's not paying, or that kid that moved back in the house, just saying. 18 and older, have a full use of the language and a valid social security number, and anyone can apply. It takes about 30 minutes. Okay? Please consider doing that or giving this information out to folks who should. Finally, next steps. Please share the info out to your students, your families, your staff about the ease, safety, and importance of participating. Post in social media. Let's take a selfie maybe. Yes? I even messed that up. Sorry. I had a whole really thing. So take a selfie of yourself with that right behind you and post it on your social media. That would be awesome. Okay, I'm working. Next up, post info on campus, use statistics in schools, and share info about census jobs. Also, please make sure everyone in your own home is counted. Regardless of who they are, if they are there for more than 6 months and a day, that's where they live the most of the year. So for those students that are away at college, they're away for more than 6 months, so they get counted at college. Okay, side note. Finally, I want to make sure you all have my information. Please feel free to reach out with any questions or refer folks to me if you think that I should be doing this presentation somewhere else. We are available. We have a small, lean team this year. There were 20 of us doing this 10 years ago. There are 5 of us. but we will make room and make time for you. So, are there any questions at this time that I can entertain from the board?
Yeah, so speaking of other presentations, Superintendent Rudolph, you and I have had a conversation about this. Have you arranged for Mr. Mueller to speak to our principals?
Mr. Mueller has already spoke with the principals, school community engagement facilitators, counselors, at-risk supervisors, and secretaries, clerks, and district office.
About a month ago, right here. That's how I knew how to get here in the dark.
I have a quick question, which is somewhat personal in nature. If you have a college student who is studying abroad this semester, how does that work?
So, that's an interesting question because they are supposed to be at their college address. So presumably if they're studying abroad, they're attached potentially to a college here, okay, and potentially have an address at that college.
Not this semester.
I mean, they're not physically there, but you know what? I'm not going to lie. So I don't know exactly, but I do know that you can go to 2020census.gov and you can check that out because you can see what the definition of students abroad. I know that foreign nationals are counted through the embassies. And they're invited because we keep track of where they are. They're invited to come to the embassy. So I believe that's probably the way it would be in that instance, and they would be counted through that. We would ask that you not add them onto your form, but if you do, it's going to ask you, does this person normally live here? And you'll answer that, and then we'll know to make sure that they're not counted twice.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Trustee Cosby?
So I had a couple of questions that I'm hoping you can answer more to share with the general public. So if someone is not, if someone is here on a work visa, for example, they might not be able to vote, but they could be counted for the census, yes?
Actually, we require that every resident, regardless of their status, be counted.
So that's the way that I really encourage people to participate. If they feel like they can't participate in the election because they are not currently able to vote, please make sure you're counted for the census because this is a way you can give back to our community.
It's a great way to be visible.
Yeah. And another thing that I've heard is that it's something like $2,000 per person for the count, that's the money that we get from the federal government overall as a community. Is that a correct figure, or do you have a better figure?
I have a figure of $675 billion a year that is divided out by the federal government based on population, and that money comes from our pockets. That is tax funding. So if, in fact, you are not counted, your taxes may end up in Texas.
Thank you.
So rather than $2,000, I'm going to have everybody think about their tax form that they're about to mail in.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Mueller. I appreciate your presentation. Where I work, we use your data an awful lot in a variety of exercises. I don't have any particular questions on this. I guess another question might be, you do also do outreach to some of our older aging population as well?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We have a variety of different outreach programs. We're doing an event here in Mountain View, a census party, next week on Tuesday at the community center. And I believe that they are targeting a broad spectrum. They've actually got a multilingual event. They're going to have Russian and Korean and Spanish and I don't remember the other languages, but so there is an event going on. And the city of Mountain View has been very engaged and helping us reach out to organizations within the city.
Wonderful.
Our purpose here is because that week before things go home, or before we mail our things out on the 12th, if you have if your teachers have a classroom situation where they are doing something about the census, and they go home and mom says, "What did you learn today?" They're saying the census, and they're going to hear something about that, and that's going to be another one of those touches. And we know that it takes 7 to 10 times to tell somebody, just like an election campaign, to make sure that they hear it and that they do it. So that's why we're asking you for this particular thing. We're asking that you send out that letter that first week, and then if you could, and you use social media, post on that occasionally over the next month or so.
So the reason I bring up that question is a lot of times there are various populations within any given city that has limited access to some of the electronic capacity, which I can tell is your first push, and you do follow it up with paper and in person.
Yes.
We have a significant population in Mountain View that may not have access to the internet at home and that aren't of an aging population. They may actually have school-aged children. So I'm glad to hear you're working with the city. Hopefully they're helping open up, I don't know if it's the library or what the avenues are, if people do want to
I've got
access
that.
technology but don't have it in their individual homes.
County libraries are in fact planning to have stand-up units in the library where people will be able to go there and use the technology on site, and it's being run through the county office of the census, which is being funded by funds from the state. Just to give you an idea of the money that was spent, about $540 million was spent nationwide by the federal government. The state of California on its own is spending about $180 million just to do the same job that I'm doing. And part of that is going to be these stand-ups. I met with the county and the city of San Jose this morning, and they've got this massive program where they're purchasing pads, and they're going to have them on a stand-up unit that people are going to be able to walk in and just use right there on site. And they're training people at the libraries to be able to support them. So people who do not have access to the technology will have access that way. And ultimately, we also invite them just to call in, because that's much simpler for many folks. We've all had a phone since, well, Mr. Bell.
Oops, mine falls.
There was one other thing I wanted to mention, because we are in a community that is extremely diverse. Many people are concerned about the security, and I want to bring up the what occurred in World War II, because this is always a question that generally comes from the population. It might have been hers. During World War II, the executive branch did request information from the Census Bureau, and the Census Bureau did give that information, and it was used in some of the internment that occurred. 2 years after World War II, the federal government, which did consist of both the executive and the legislative branch, came up with Title 13. You can Google Title 13 if you would like, but it does protect census data, and it does not allow us to give that out. So for instance, I cannot give personally identifiable information on the things that we do. If I do, it's a 5-year sentence as well as a $250,000 fine, and every member of the census staff does go through this same swearing in, and we are all sworn in for life. So we're not allowed to share that. It also means, and this was, it means no matter how many times a person stomps their feet or tweets, they cannot access the data. So.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Our community, I believe, appreciates that.
Yeah.
I think it can be an issue. There's a concern of release of information, of safety, although some of those very vulnerable populations are the same ones that benefit the most from the assistance.
Absolutely. That's why it's
that
important that those people that are renting out the garage, if they think the person they're renting from didn't put them in because they didn't want anybody to know, they can go to the library and put their own information in. They don't have to do it at the same time as the homeowner or the renter that they're renting from. So we set up a variety of ways that people can take care of it. We even take care of the homeless population by going out in groups and counting them starting at midnight on April the 1st till 6 a.m. We go out to the camps and actually do counts of those locations. We are also working with the police department to find out where people are parking, where it's legal to park, and reaching out and trying to find folks at those locations. And for 3 days around Census Day, the 30th, 31st, and April the 1st, we do service-based enumeration. So those folks that are going to, whether it's a soup kitchen or a food thing or whatever service-based situation they have, we'll go to those locations and count them there. Okay. We have a separate set of people that are going to go out after April the 1st that are going to count the folks that are living in dorms, jails and prisons, or extended care facilities. We will be doing that in addition. So there's to give you an idea, this is the largest operation that the government will have outside of peace or during peacetime in its history. And again, in 10 years, it will be the largest operation that the United States government will put on outside or during peacetime. So it's a massive number. We'll be hiring about 4,000 people in this county alone. So give you an idea. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller.
Are there any other questions we can address? Did you want to allow?
I believe there's a community comment. Did somebody have? I didn't get a card on this, but maybe a community. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Are there any additional comments from the board?
I just wanted to say I am so excited about the outreach that's going on, and I want to make sure that we can support this as much as possible. I even looked at applying to be one of the census takers in my free time, but it turns out elected officials cannot have this job. But please go and apply and support our communities by making sure that you're seen.
Thank you.
Your irony of that comment. I was actually running for an office last year, and I wouldn't be here if I'd won.
That's why your name is familiar.
Yeah, I'm not the mayor of Menlo Park. I'm the one from Alum Rock.
Right.
All right.
Okay,
If there's anything else,
I think
then I would ask you to go back to 9.3 and
we'll get to
9E, yes, sir. So first, I want to thank Mr. Mueller for coming out and speaking with our team and working with us, and it's been real helpful. I know that everyone that was in the meeting felt like he was a great resource, and he answered a lot of questions. That would definitely put us on a great path. Staff is asking that you approve resolution 01020620, which is support for participation in the 2020 census.
So moved.
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion moved by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Wheeler. Resolution number 01020620 passes unanimously.
And I'd like to
Thank you, everyone.
Yay. I'd like to thank Superintendent Rudolph for taking leadership on this. I know that census work has had mixed results around the county, and Dr. Rudolph took, a large role of leadership in this. So thank you.
All right, thanks, everyone.
Do we need a motion to extend
Well, we're going
to like 10:30?
I think we're going to need one, yes.
I move that we extend the closing time of the meeting until 10:30.
I would say 11.
I will second.
Which one are you saying?
Seconding.
Technically, you have
I will
the
second 11 p.m.
Okay, all those in favor of moving the meeting in time to 11? Say aye.
Aye.
And no opposed? All right, the motion passes unanimously.
And I'm going to request a 5-minute bio break.
Okay. All right, at 9:05, we will reconvene this meeting of the Mountain View Investment School District Board of Trustees. Okay, at 9:09, I'll reconvene the meeting of the Mountain View Wisconsin School District Board of Trustees. We'll move on to item 10A, split roll initiative presentation. Thank you.
I would like to introduce County Assessor Larry Stone, who will be talking about the split roll initiative.
That one. All right, great. I've got to preface my remarks by saying something in the beginning, and that is that I was a strong opponent of Proposition 13 as a city council member, younger city council member in 1978 in Sunnyvale. I actively opposed Proposition 13. I also believe that there are significant inequities between the assessed value and property taxes paid by commercial industrial property owners versus residential property owners that were created by Proposition 13. I'm asked when I say that is, why do you then oppose the split roll when I openly acknowledge the inequities of which allows commercial and industrial property owners to not pay their fair share of taxes? My job as your assessor is to let 1.9 million people who are my constituents, 800,000 registered voters, and 500,000 property tax payers to know that the split roll ballot initiative, as it's proposed, is seriously flawed and would create chaos for assessors, taxpayers, and the California property tax system. If I do not do that, and the split roll passes, and it's impossible to implement, then I would be criticized for not letting you know the consequences about a ballot measure that will not happen. The one good thing about Proposition 13, maybe the only good thing about it, is predictability. Taxpayers can predict what the property taxes will be. This initiative creates unpredictability, a nemesis, I think, for school districts. The split roll as drafted would be impossible. Not difficult, underscore impossible for assessors to implement. So when government does something that can't be achieved, it just increases the cynicism that people have about the failure of government and people like you and me who are elected. The ability to predict revenue for multi-year teacher contracts, for example, and city budgets would be thrown into chaos. The projected $12 billion in revenue isn't going to happen for several reasons, and I'll just cover a few of them. The measure is so ambiguous that the critical decisions are left to the legislature, to the State Board of Equalization, to the courts, to the 58 assessors, and the local assessment appeals boards to fight over who has the ultimate authority. I am certain that the split roll will be litigated in the courts for many years. The problem is not with the intent to raise more revenue for schools and local government. I support that, and eliminate the inequities created by Proposition 13. The problem is in the convoluted attempts for exclusions. For example, they exclude all residential property, including apartments. They do that for political reasons. Apartments are much more like shopping centers and office buildings. They're income properties and less than residential. Why do they do that? Because apartment dwellers, renters, vote. And every apartment owner in the state would tell their tenants, if you vote for the split roll, I'm going to increase your rent, and they would. It also refers over and over again to fair market value, the fair market value of property. Assessors don't deal with fair market value except twice, at the change of ownership and new construction. After that, and most of you know if you've owned your property for a while, the assessed value of your property sometimes has very little to do, like mine, with the fair market value. We don't know fair market value because Proposition 13 doesn't provide that we should. Most important, the time and source of funding are of serious concern to assessors. I'll mention just a few of the many problems for assessors in implementing this. It excludes from reassessment, for example, small businesses with less than 50 employees statewide. That's the most important part of it, statewide. How do we know how many? I couldn't tell you how many employees are in any company in my county because we don't track that. But not only that, I can't tell you how many employees, if I did know in my own county, how many would be added to that in multiple counties if the same company had facilities in multiple counties. Impossible to do, underscore impossible. And how do we validate which company has less than 50 employees and more? I asked the author of this proposal that, and he said, well, they just sign an affidavit under penalty of perjury. I said, Lenny, I've been an assessor for 25 years. I'm amazed every day what people will sign under penalty of perjury that has absolutely no basis in fact. People lie. They do it more and more today. And if there's a financial benefit, they have an incentive to not tell the truth. And how do we validate it? I don't know. And who audits it? Is that an additional thing that everybody that we suspect has more than 50 employees and they report that they don't? Is that the job for the assessors to do on top of the rest? The ballot measure excludes owner-occupied property in which again, fair market value is less than $3 million statewide. Statewide. I can't tell you what the fair market value is in most properties except the change of ownership at the new construction without doing an appraisal. But statewide, if you knew what the fair market value was of a property here, how would I know what the fair market value is in a company, a property owner that had multiple properties in multiple counties? Impossible to do. And here's the capper. Listen to this. The $3 million cap is adjusted annually or biannually by county based upon the local inflation factor determined by the State Board of Equalization, which is a political body. So what that could mean is you could have two identical properties built at the same time, the same footprint. Let's say two Taco Bells built exactly at the same time, the exact same property. One's in San Mateo County, one's in Santa Clara County. They adjust the inflation factor every year or every other year. And so over time, those two identical properties could have different assessed values in one county and one adjacent county to another. Tell me why that's fair. Tell me why that makes sense. The split roll measure attempts to exclude small businesses. Well, that sounds good, but most small businesses don't own property. They lease. And they lease usually from a for-profit owner. So they would end up getting the increase in tax. So it sounds good that we're excluding small businesses, but most of them don't own the property in order to get the exclusion. And here's the hitch. If 50% of a building is occupied by a small business in year one, they're exempt. But if one small business moves out, and it's only occupied by 35% in year two because the small business moves. Do all tenants lose the exclusion? This ballot measure doesn't say anything about that at all. The ballot measure provides a 3-year deferral for small businesses, again, those that own property. But will a small business property owner who gets the exclusion for the first 3 years and knows that they're going to get a 500, 600, 800 increase in their taxes in year 3, does that make them feel comfortable? I don't think so. The revised measure also provides for mixed use property, some residential, some commercial. If 75% of the residential is there. Again, what happens if it's 75% in year 2 or 1 and 50% in year 2? What do? Do we reassess it then? The ballot measure does not deal with that. So the ballot measure is basically to reassess all commercial property to market value every 3 years. Again, that's the reason for that is to split the time frame for assessors to do this. But what happens if the Great Recession comes along in year 2? So a business owner gets reassessed to market value in year 1, and the Great Recession comes along in year 2, and the property values drop in half like they did in 2009 and 2010. Do you think that that small business owner is going to sit there and wait until year 3 before he gets reassessed or equalized back to market value? So that the whole benefit of spreading this over 3 years could go right out the window if there was a recession. The legislature in that case would do exactly what they do with what we call Prop 8 in our business, and that is if the market value of a property drops below the assessed value, as it did in 2009, 2010, and into 2011, we are then required to look at those every year and reduce them either further or bring them back. So the whole idea of spreading the benefit over 3 years is gone. Every commercial property owner that owned property, say, because of just an arbitrary date like 2006, because if you owned it before 2006, you're going to get a huge increase in your taxes, would file an appeal. So in Santa Clara County, we get about 3,000 to 4,000 assessment appeals a year. That's quite low. But during the Great Recession 2009, we got 12,000 appeals. 2010, 10,500. 2011, 9,500. We're now back to, and 2,100 of those last year were commercial properties. We project that if this measure passes, we would get a minimum in the first year of 25,000 appeals. Now, what did we do in 2009 and 10? To handle 12,000 appeals, we shifted our appraisal resources, the resources that enroll new construction and changes of ownership, where the real money is for your schools and others. We shifted them all over to assessment appeals. So in fact, it was counterproductive to what you really want. You want us to enroll new construction and changes of ownership, and we moved all those folks over there because we had huge assessment appeals, both in numbers and value at risk. It's counterproductive. So we would be jeopardizing. I mean, you can imagine what it would be if it was 25,000. We could not, we could not deal with it. So if your annual budget process, if predictability is important to you, and I know it is because you sign teachers' contracts for multiple years, then you're in for some real problems with this initiative if it passes. Now, right today, every assessment appeals by state law must be resolved within a 2-year period of time, or the taxpayer's opinion of value holds. That's why Apple Computer routinely puts $1. They can have a $50 million assessment appeals, and in their opinion of value, they put down $1. They do it all the time. Why? Because they're hoping it would on the statute of limitations, and Apple on a $50 million appeal would end up paying $1. So the ballot measure eliminates that deadline. It says you can take as long as you want. Is that good? Well, if I'm a homeowner and I file an appeal, the good part about the appeal process is, one, it's free to do that. But number two is I know I can get resolution by law within 2 years. Now, because they know we're going to have 25,000 appeals, they're eliminating that deadline. So you're a residential property owner, you file an appeal, you may not get it resolved for 5 years. And what happens with an appeal, if you're overassessed, and we do overassess people, appraisal is more an art than it is a science. If you're overassessed, now you could get it resolved no later than 2 years. If it's extended, it might be 3 or 4 or 5. Is that good for appellants? Is that what they want? That not to have a 2-year deadline. Deadlines are good. Not to have a 2-year deadline, but extended for multiple years. And every year between then, if you're overassessed, you have to pay the wrong tax. And you have to file an appeal again in year 2 and in year 3. So the result is appeals would take longer for everybody to resolve. The split roll is really an invitation to adjudicate appeals, not in the local assessment appeals board, but in courts, which adds to cost in multiple years. Assessors would be required to focus on resolving big dollar commercial appeals, because that's where the money is, at the expense of multifamily and residential appeals. The cost to counties, let's talk about cost. The cost to counties to prepare and implement a split roll would be enormous, not just for assessors, but for the county council. It has to hire more lawyers to resolve the appeals, to the controller who allocates the money to you folks, to the place you file your appeal with the clerk. They would all have to add new employees, and that means new cost. It takes me 5 years to take an entry-level appraiser and put that appraiser in a position where they can assess and appraise and assess commercial and industrial properties. 5 years. The ballot measure gives me 18 months. Now, if I said to you, you had to double your classroom teachers in 18 months, could you do it? Of course not. And they couldn't be entry-level teachers. They have to be experienced folks to deal with the Apples, the Googles, and so forth. You couldn't do it, but this ballot measure is asking the assessors to do that very thing, which is impossible, underscore, impossible. Now, the proponents say, well, you really don't have to do it in 18 months. You just have to do the first one in 18 months. Well, the ballot measure doesn't say that. The public didn't vote for an extended 18 months, and the people that are depending upon this revenue didn't expect that to happen. So that is kind of a workaround. There's a number of workarounds that the proponents realized that was flawed about the ballot measure, so they've come up with these reasons. Well, the ballot measure says 18 months, but you really don't have to do that. Well, the expectation for people that vote for this and the expectation of people who are going to get the money don't believe, don't accept, I guess you should say, that it's going to take longer than the ballot measure says it should. The costs, we estimate in Santa Clara County, the cost in the first year would be $7 million a year. And that's just for the assessor, not the controller, not the county council, and that's just us. And $22 million a year in additional costs. As I said, I would have to double my appraisal staff from 81 to at least 150. And that skill set doesn't exist in the industry. So if it takes 5 years to take an entry-level appraiser and put them in a position where they can assess and appraise commercial industrial properties, and that skill set, the appraisal profession has been on a downhill slide since the S&L debacle in the early 1990s. Appraisers are not around anymore. Banks don't even use them much anymore. So we would be asked to do something in 18 months that takes me 5 years to implement, and the skill set in the industry doesn't exist. Impossible, not difficult, impossible. And what's important, I think, to you is that the legislature decides much of this, how the money is allocated. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't have a lot of confidence with the state legislature deciding things. It's the most political, disoriented body I can think of. You can't, I mean, the proponents of this say, well, the legislature is going to give you all of this money. Nonsense. You can imagine legislators negotiating. Well, if you don't give me what I want in my district, then maybe I'm not going to vote for this. And so the money that's coming from a very unreliable source. Now, there's an alternative. There's actually two. The first one I mentioned, and that is simply if you gave me 5 years and all the money necessary, I could do this. It would go from impossible to difficult, but we could do it. Before the first appraisal, give me 5 years. And the money in order to do this. But the other one is something called a split rate. Simply change the tax rate for all commercial and industrial properties from 1% to 1.2%, 1.3%, whatever. It could happen overnight. Every tax collector in the state would simply reprogram their computers with the new tax rate, and all commercial and industrial properties, all of the things I mentioned, all of these problems would be gone, would not have any impact whatsoever. I do not understand why a split rate has not gotten more traction by the proponents, but the proponents are really in two camps. They're the ones that want more money for the schools and local government, and I agree with them. Then there's others who are so possessed, if you will, from changing the inequities of Proposition 13, trying to change in one single election something that's been there for 41 years, where the spread between new owners and old owners are great, is something that I think it's impossible to do. So I urge you not to sign the petitions, not to process the petitions. I agree with you. The schools need more money. I support right now every school bond, parcel tax, even Proposition 13, which ironically is named something good. In fact, I met with the League of Women Voters president and past president and all the chapters here a while back. And I took my old no on Proposition 13 pin because I didn't know what it was, and I wore it, and I was going to brag that I didn't support Proposition 13, and they all thought I was against the bond measure. Right now, I'm publicly supporting 4 school measures right now. So it's well intended. I believe that you folks, the schools need more money, and so does local government. But this measure is impossible to do. And so the whole idea is it's a dream. If you think you're going to get $12 billion worth of additional revenue, you're not. And I looked, when I gave this speech to the Fremont Union High School District Board and members, when I said to them, if you had to double your classroom teachers in 18 months, could you do it? You could see the looks of just frustration and disappointment because they know that's true. They're so hopeful that we would get $12 billion. And if I thought there was a way to do that, I would certainly be on support. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions you have.
Trustees, Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, so you mentioned something called a split rate.
Yeah.
Have you or other assessors in the state offered that alternative to the legislature or to the governor?
Not to the legislature or the governor, because they haven't weighed in on this whole thing yet. But I did meet. In fact, before the first measure actually went to the streets for the ballot, this is the one that was so flawed that they decided not to have it. So David Ginsburg and I met with the primary sponsor of this, and I mentioned a split rate. Now that was a year and a half ago. And they just came unglued. They jumped on me and said, no, we've got to change the inequities of Proposition 13. And of course, I would support that. I would publicly support getting more money for schools and local government. And that's something that could be done and would be possible simply possible and not unreliable.
Trustee Blakely, just had a quick question.
Yeah.
Before 1978, were the properties reassessed by professional assessors annually, or how? I don't want.
They were supposed to be. And it was so inequitable. I mean, there were counties that were supposed to reassess property periodically every 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, and most of it wasn't done. And you know what was not done? Politics again. Commercial industrial properties. If you were a homeowner, you got reassessed on a regular basis. And, you know, if we were starting out, if this was 1980, we could do this, okay? Because you don't have these tremendous spreads between fair market value and assessed value. You know, I live in a 3,000 square foot home on a 10,000 square foot lot in Sunnyvale. I bought it in 1975 for $85,000. It's assessed right now at $260,000. 2 homes on my block. One sold in July of last year, 2019. One sold for $3,150,000. One for $3 million. They're both about the same size as mine. One's on a little bit big in your lot. So I got a $260,000 assessment and a $3 million house. Tell me why that's fair. It's the most inequitable thing you could imagine. And yet that's what Proposition 13 is did and what we're trying to resolve. You can't do it with this. It's a dream. Don't budget for this because it's not going to happen. And it's regrettable because the intention is so laudable.
Thank you. Trustee Conley? Okay. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
We have many comment cards from the public on this item.
Okay.
I'll ask that you line up at the podium in the order in which your name is called. And please speak your name when you get your turn. There are 6 comment cards, so I think we'll have to leave this at 2 minutes each. We'll have to limit comments to that since there's a 10-minute comment time. So we'll start with Brian Wheatley, followed by Gloria Chun-Hu, Leanne, thank you, Rapella, thank you, Jessica Volmer, Charles DeFazio, and David Watson. Would you all please line up at the podium in that order? And when you get there, please speak your name. We'll start the timer. Thank you.
Good evening, Brian Wheatley. As I like it to describe it, my hobby is being a San Jose Unified School Board member, trustee. And as I mentioned in my email, my primary goal, I feel, as a school board member is to improve the trajectory of every student in San Jose. I realize I'm in Mountain View, but in San Jose, and in the entire state. I think we all know, or we're probably aware, that we are the 5th largest economy in the world, and yet we fund our schools 39th. There's different measures, but the one that I use most often is 39th in per pupil spending. And that is a political choice, not an economic necessity. So there are some things that I agree with Assessor Stone about. Together we can and we must do better. I am concerned that County Assessor Larry Stone, he's been saying that it's impossible to do the work of complying with schools and communities first. And despite resources and staff, and with all due respect, I've been my day job, I've been a teacher for the last 35 years, since 1985. And I have been doing, and many of my colleagues, all of my colleagues have been doing work with extremely meager resources, and students deserve better. Finally, Assessor Stone repeatedly used the words like impossible and it can't be done, and try teaching 35 6th graders. I don't know if anybody in the room has done it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wheatley. Gloria?
Yes, hi, thank you. I'm Gloria Chun-Hu, and I currently serve on the Board of Directors of the League of Women Voters of California, which is one of the sponsors of this legislation, this measure. And I'm here to really just say that we appreciate the good work that our supervisor in this county does, but I think that he has misconstrued some of the issues, and I don't want to get into the details of it, but I think he's made it more there must be some misunderstanding about what he has to say and what he has to say about it. I do want to say that I grew up in a public school system. I appreciate the hard work. And I'm old enough to remember when California had one of the best school systems in the country. It has fallen since Prop 13 happened. And that is because we've had these exclusions. And that is regrettable. It's been 40 years. Nothing has changed. This is the first time I think we've got something that has reached a level of possibly passing and making a big change that will be a systemic change and bring new dollars to schools, cities, and counties. And I think that's very important. Do not lose sight of that. That is the critical issue, a systemic change that will bring significant dollars that we very much need. Nothing else has happened in 40 years, and I think we shouldn't be dreaming about something that might happen because it hasn't. This is closer to reality than anything we've ever had. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Leanne?
Hi, Leanne Rapella, a parent at Mistral, and I'm in support of Schools and Communities First. First of all, I want to say I was in Illinois this summer, and their properties are assessed every 3 years, including commercial and residential property, and they have beautiful schools, amazing schools over there. And the other thing I want to say about the what Mr. Stone is proposing, the split rate, is that the commercial properties would pay the 1.25% of the property when it's transferred or sold, and then there's a 2% increase every year. So that would be a 1.25% of the base assessment value, and that would only increase 2% per year, and they would not get reassessed again because it's only assessed when the property is transferred or sold. So that wouldn't be as the same revenue that we're talking here of $12 billion a year. I want to point out that we are expected in this district to have incredible growth of student population. I think in 3 years, the projected growth is 890 students, and in 10 years, it's 2,448 students. And we will be doing the impossible, and that is bringing in more teachers that are certified, and it is not easy to get teachers certified. It takes 1.5 to 2 years, plus in 5 years, they have to jump through many hoops. So finding teachers that are qualified, it seems like an impossible task, but we do it. And we put those teachers in those classrooms. And teachers do the impossible every year, every day. So I want to mention that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jessica?
Hello. Thank you for hearing comments on the Schools and Communities First initiative. I'm Jessica Vollmer. I am with Working Partnerships USA, which is one of the hundreds of social justice, good democracy, faith, and labor organizations in Santa Clara County and statewide that are supporting this initiative. I'd like to start by recognizing that across California, we all want the same things. We want healthy, safe communities, and we want the best education and opportunities for our children. And that's why we support this measure. I'd also like to address some of the county assessor's talking points, which unfortunately are inaccurate or misinformed. An important frame to this entire conversation is that the implementation language of this measure was developed through multiple conversations with assessors from across the state of California, including our own county assessor. And that assessors' offices will get the resources and the time in order to staff up and build the infrastructure that is needed to implement this measure. And related to that, Mr. Stone states that all assessments would have to be completed within 18 months. I am going to stand here and say that the first assessment would need to be completed within 18 months. But I also want to mention that the legislature will establish a phase-in period for reassessments after it has discussed the issue with the task force on property tax administration, which would include representatives from assessors' offices across the state. Finally, I'd like to address Mr. Stone's proposal of a split rate system, which, yes, while this may be easier to implement, it could be implemented overnight. It's not on the ballot because there's not support for this, and it would actually increase the inequities that commercial properties are experiencing right now.
Ms. Walmer, if you have any additional comments, if you could please email the board with the rest of your, we have to move on to the next speaker, but we appreciate your time. Thank you.
My name is Charles DeFazio. I'm the father of a first grade student at Jose Antonio Vargas Elementary School. Go Golden Owls. I'm also a member of Mount Yimby. So my wife's on the PTA board at Vargas, and I was on the school site council at Landals last year. So we've seen firsthand kind of like the challenges and just the amazing work that our teachers and staff do every day with so little funding. I'm sure you all know the challenges of funding art classes, physical education, libraries, to name a few examples, and it doesn't have to be this way. So I grew up in New Jersey, where we spend a lot more per student, thanks to higher taxes, and I think we've cracked the code on reassessing property values regularly. But I think when I moved out here, to pursue my dreams, I was kind of shocked to see how little we spend on our schools, mostly due to constraints imposed a generation ago. Now with Schools and Communities First, we have a chance to kind of correct some of those mistakes now that we've seen the outcomes. Allowing us to reinvest corporate wealth into our schools and into our students, I think, is an obvious decision, and I hope you all support the initiative. So thank you.
Thank you.
Should I wait for the timer? Okay. Hi, I'm David Watson. I'm formerly a student of Therakoff and Crittenden and Los Altos High School. And I'm here in support of the Schools and Communities First Act. I would say that in Mr. Stone's presentation, he stated a number of reasons that he'd have trouble assessing the values of these properties, that he's not certain everyone would tell the truth about their property taxes. He's said nothing to prove that we get less money if Schools and Communities First passed. Right? He said nothing to prove that this would be noticeably more difficult to enforce than in other states that regularly reassess property taxes. Now, even given there is a period where things are more complicated as a transition happens, that's something that's inevitable when we fix Prop 13, which is something that he says we need to do. And I think that we can all kind of see that merely changing the rate to a split rate 1.25% is not a fix for Prop 13. It's just a slight increase in commercial property taxes, which isn't really what we're looking for. The fact remains that Schools and Community First would do what is promised. It raises needed tax dollars for our schools and will do it in a way that's fair and in line with how other states handle property taxes. It's pretty straightforward. I'd ask whether he'd be in favor of completely repealing Prop 13, given he was initially against it. I suspect that completely repealing Prop 13 would also lead to a period of complexity and adjustment and all kinds of problems. But if we're going to move towards a world in which Prop 13 wasn't passed, there's going to be an adjustment period. There's going to be a period where things are difficult. And just saying that we can't do it because that'll be difficult doesn't really make sense to me.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. That was my last comment card on this item. Are there other comments from trustees or questions? I have a question. How many other states have this kind of split roll? I know when it was passed, it was one of 0. I tried to look it up really quickly. I know it's like unprecedented nationally. I mean, where they're exempt in that way from that reassessment value. Yes, Gloria.
I was in Massachusetts when Prop 13 passed, and Massachusetts immediately passed a similar proposition. It did not, however, have the exclusion or the inclusion of commercial and business properties.
Got it.
Other states, I think there are some close to 20 other states that have similar protection for residential.
Right.
But not one other made the mistake we did.
With the exemption.
To have a loophole for business.
That's what I thought. Thank you, Gloria.
The two most insidious parts about Proposition 13, and the reason we're stuck with this, is the 2% cap. So no matter what happens to your property, if Howard Jarvis and Paul Gannon just said 80% of the consumer price index in California or 70%, you'd have a differential, but it wouldn't be near as great as it was. And then the 2/3 vote to pass things. So people want to improve their schools and vote for school bonds, parcel taxes. 1/3 of the population can control whether that's happening.
Thank you. All right, I think we are going to move on to the next item here. Thank you all for your time and input on this. We are going to move to item 10C, the governor's proposed state budget for 2020-2021.
that's a big if, but.
All right, so I'll try to run through this quickly because I'm sure people are starting to get a little bit tired for this evening. So this is the governor's proposed budget, and just a reminder.
I'll ask the folks in the room having conversations if they could either move to the back or continue it outside. We do have Dr. Westover beginning her presentation, so thank you so much for your understanding. Dr. Westover?
Sure. Just a quick reminder, the governor's proposed budget is really just that, a proposed budget. Nothing is actual yet. This presentation is more to inform the board of what to expect upcoming. So our strategic plan, the board has guided us in asking us to keep a reserve level between 17 and 20%. However, we can deficit spend as long as we're within that range in the third year out. So the steps in our budget adoption process. So in January is when the governor proposes his state budget. Then in March, shortly, we'll come back in front of you with our second interim. We'll continue to work on our budget for next year. And then throughout this time in the spring, the governor and state legislators will work on trailer bills and negotiate the specifics. And that's where we really find out what impact it will have on our budget. Then in May, we'll get the governor's May revise, and then we'll work on updating our budget and then present our budget to you in June. So some themes and highlights. So general themes, last year there was a proposal to help us with pension liability. While that was very exciting last year, we don't have anything new upcoming for this year. And the feeling is that Newsom is being prudent in case we do have an economic downturn in our economy. We're also continuing to see demands on our resources with fewer flexible spending accounts. UCLA has revised their outlook. So previously it was a 3.21 for GDP growth, and they revised it to a 3.22. But more importantly, the California economy, overall we see cargo traffic slowing as a result of the trade war, risk of unemployment, sales tax revenues that fund education are also the most volatile in history. However, they're remaining cautiously optimistic because the economy continues to grow. We see that housing sales are strong and we're at full employment. Just to give you an idea of what it looks like for us right now, looking at the left-hand side, we see our developer fees that are collected. We see back in the 16-17 year, quite a large amount coming in, whereas right now in the 19-20 year, where we're tracking currently at 107,000 roughly. Looking at the right-hand side, we look at our AV growth. This is something that we can't predict, but we track because it has a significant impact on our budget. I also included a slide on the cap on district reserves. So this does not apply to us because we are a basic aid district. However, you will see it come up in lots of budget presentations because school districts where this applies, they watch this because it affects what they can keep as the reserve level. Just as a note, this has not been triggered yet because they have not reached the 3% reserve funding. Looking at statewide averages, so overall we've seen, they've reported that districts are spending down their reserve levels. Elementary school districts were reporting a 20.2% reserve level. Looking at LCFF funding overall, so again, remember we are basic aid, but this is interesting just to see. The purpose of LCFF was to bring up California's spending level in to where the national average is, or maybe outpace it, but overall what we're seeing is we're tracking right along with the national average. LCF funding and the state COLA. So the state COLA came in at 2.29% for the 2021 school year. It's lower, it was 3% when they projected it. And we ran quick numbers to kind of show you what this would look like on our budget. Special education base rates. So The governor is very interested in looking at special education and how it's funded and increasing some of how they're funding special education. Right now, all school districts are using parts of their general fund to help pay for special education. We won't know exactly what this looks like until the May revise comes out and then the money gets to the SELPAs and how the SELPAs decide to distribute the money. Special education in preschools. So last year, Governor Newsom helped to fund preschools. None of this money was available to LEAs. However, in this new upcoming budget, the money will be available to LEAs. He also has a big focus on early child and education. So he's creating a Department of Early Childhood Development, which will focus on the whole child and whole family. And really the purpose is to make sure that there is a consistent focus on early child care and education. I just touched on this earlier about how in the previous year, grants were available to non-LEAs, and now the hope is that grants will be available to LEAs. What's not in the budget? We don't have increased LCFF targets. There's no payments to reduce CalSTRS and CalPERS costs or one-time discretionary grants. So our next steps. In March, we'll present the 1920 second interim budget, which will include the governor's budget proposed assumptions for the 2021 and 21-22 years, and then we'll continue to monitor the state budget and steps taken towards implementation for next year.
That's it. Thank you, Dr. Westover. Questions from trustees?
Thank you.
Any members?
I actually have just one. You listed the current state COLA was 2.29%. Do you know what the Santa Clara County COLA is currently?
I can look it up very quickly for you.
Just curious how it compares.
Well, ours is normally higher.
Okay, thank you.
Any members of the public wish to address the board at this time? Okay, no additional comments? Okay, thank you, Dr. Westover. We'll move on to item D, strategic plan and local control accountability plan update and timeline. Dr. Rudolph?
We've been on the, sorry, Becky, you weren't on the screen. We were on the podium the whole time. All right, so although I didn't plan for this, I'm going to talk about the local control accountability plan as well as the strategic plan process. So our goal here is that we want to review the progress of the strategic plan. We also want to look at the LCAP, and we sort of want to review sort of the funding strategies. But ultimately, what we need to realize is that our strategic plan is coming towards the end of its life cycle. It was developed in 2015, 2016. And as part of that, we did school quality reviews as well as district quality reviews. We involved over 100 stakeholders who met, and then eventually that group narrowed down to about 30 individuals. We really defined what the portrait of a graduate was. The board then adopted a new mission, vision, as well as values. And then from there, we developed strategies, goals, action steps, and priorities as a part of the strategic plan. It really was a blueprint that guided all the work across the board, and it sort of set us on a different type of trajectory. And I know Trustee Wheeler and I were both listening to a presentation just recently at a different site, and the presenter there was talking about the strategic plan. The way that you know your strategic plan actually works is that if it influenced the outcomes or the actions within the district. If it doesn't, then that means that you just really had a comprehensive plan. And I think if we look back on our strategic plan, what you'll notice is that it did have a tremendous impact on the district overall. And so some of the things we've looked at under student achievement, we've created an I'm Ready guide. Every year we send out to all of the preschool providers that we know that this is what is needed in order to enter kinder. We've adopted next generation science standards, but more importantly, I think, which is really important, In 2015, 2016, one of the major concerns was about student performance, and we've seen increases both in math as well as in language arts. But we've also seen increases for our subgroups, which range anywhere from 6 to 15% in ELA, as well as 1 to 10% in math, with significant gains for Latino students and students with disabilities, as well as SED. One of the things I talk about in terms of our strategic plan is when I first arrived, the former director of maintenance and operations used to have a bin that sat catty corner to Ms. Loga's desk, and he would come in every day and he would look through a sheet of papers, and those were requisitions or work orders that had to be processed. He would go through that file, and then he would choose the ones that need to get done, and then he would walk out and give it to his team. We now have a digital maintenance request system where we can actually track the performance of all of our employees, and we even have monitoring systems on the trucks so that we know where they are at any given point in time. We've inventoried all of our resources, and then also one of the major things for resource stewardship, we actually completed Measure G, which was sort of stalled in 2015. In terms of inclusive and supportive environments, one of the lasting impacts of this strategic plan is parent university. But we've also increased drastically the amount of communications that we've had, which includes award-winning logos, websites, and media campaigns. But I would say when we first arrived, we barely sent out anything, and now we send out stuff almost weekly, if not every other day, to parents. And then in terms of human capital, one of the things I highlighted earlier today, we have increased our retention rate. We are now up to 76% of all new teachers that come into our district are retained versus 53% in 2016. We have increased salaries. For new teachers, it's 28%. For all teachers, it's 23%. We've restored health benefits across the board. We now have annual statements that reflect the total compensation that are sent out to individuals, and we've also implemented coaches. So it's really been an interesting approach, the strategic plan. And then you take on to that, we have what is called the Local Control Accountability Plan. And the Local Control Accountability Plan is actually a 3-year plan that is developed that is required by the state. And so Ms. Bauer, who said that she was going to do an LCAP, is going to come up here and talk about the LCAP. Just saying, we can tag team.
Thank you. Okay, so again, yes, we're developing, the LCAP is a 3-year plan, and it includes goals and strategies for improving achievement for all students. The plan is developed around the 8 state priorities, and we must identify the areas of improvement identified in the California dashboard. And then our district budget must match our LCAP, and we have to show that we have enough funds to implement everything that's in our LCAP. We also, last year, due to the Every Student Succeeds Act, we now have the federal addendum, which outlines how we're spending our federal money, so that will come to you with the LCAP. And then we'll approve everything and send it off to our county no later than July 1st of each school year. I don't know how to use this yet. Thank you. So in our LCAP, we have 4 broad goals that are aligned to our strategic plan. And our LCAP aligns all of our district goals, actions with the budget, and both of these documents work in tandem to make sure that we're following a roadmap towards continuous improvement. These are just a reminder of the 8 state priorities. We're accountable to 8. Services for foster youth and instruction of expelled students are only done at the county level. These are our goals, and you can see our goals and how we've aligned each goal to our strategic plan. So they overlap because we want to make sure, again, that we're working in tandem with both plans. Keep going.
So as Dr. Westover presented just a minute ago, Mountain View Wisman is a community-funded district, and we do use a variety of sources to meet the needs. We have our LCFF funded. Every district is funded with LCF funds. However, what we get to keep as an overage is the Mountain View property taxes, and that's what makes us a community-funded district. We do have the Shoreline Special Tax District, which provides funding for us, as well as MVEF, which is the Educational Foundations. And then we have federal programs such as Title I, which is for free and reduced lunch students, Title II, which is for professional development, Title III, which is for EL learners, and Title IV, which is for enrichment and
Essentially, well-rounded
well-rounded
education. It's
education.
very broad.
And then the final one is the Measure B, which is the parcel tax that we fund, which is an 8-year. So one of the things we've noticed when we first started on this journey, the LCAP, which was in its first year, was a 3-year plan. But when we created the strategic plan, we created it as a 5-year document. But what we've now realized is that with the LCAP now having to undergo a revision and the possibility that next year we would have a new strategic plan that could re-inform or revise the complete LCAP, it only makes sense to do both of these concurrently and to create a 6-year strategic plan as opposed to another 5-year strategic plan and then have to undergo a complete redraft of the LCAP. Both of these plans ensure that employees and other stakeholders will make sure that we're working towards common goals. And we'll be talking about how that, towards the end, I'll be talking about how that process will look. This one's a little bit different. Staff is not envisioning a complete assessment of the actual district because we have a lot of data going through. This is one that's more of a refresh, but what we will be doing is removing some of the items that are on the current strategic plan and adding new goals and outcomes and strategies to address some of the needs that we've noticed. And I'll be talking about those, and we'll have a more extensive conversation about those also at the board retreat. So again, I sort of jumped ahead. The 5 goals are and the strategies will all stay the same. We still believe that the achievement gap, student achievement, inclusive environments, human capital, as well as resource stewardship are the right goals for the strategic plan. However, the strategies that exist under each particular goal are going to be different. So for instance, one of the things that we've heard from the board is that wellness is a real big priority. And so wellness will now be a new goal, or at least it looks that way. Obviously the board has to approve it, but wellness is a big item that will fall under inclusive environments. And one of the things, even when we look at the dress code, that we've noticed is that inclusive environments is not just about, making sure that our special ed students are welcome. It's also about how do we treat different races, how do we treat our LGBTQ community, how do we treat students who are transitioning, how do we make sure that everyone feels welcome within our particular community. The other thing that we will continue to do is look at goals that exist within the strategic plan, and we will look at which ones are currently working and that we need to continue on. And then we obviously want to make sure that we are matching the timelines so that we can complete both of these concurrently. So we've already started gathering a list of strategies that will be listed under each particular goal. The way that we did this is we pulled the previous LCAP surveys, and then we've also looked at what the board has sort of suggested over the last couple of years in terms of goals that they are interested in, and started looking at these are the items that have come up. So for instance, I can tell you one of the big themes that has come up in the LCAP, both are the staff surveys as well as the climate surveys, is the need to understand, or the need to improve differentiation across the board, the need to meet all of our learners, which obviously is reflected in the board goal this year, as well as professional development for some of our at-risk kids, specifically special ed. And when we're talking about special ed, specific items across the board, like dyslexia training, which we just recently did with our leadership team. And so these items we're gathering and sort of looking at that these are sort of the buckets that we're going to talk about. In February at the retreat, I'll be bringing all of those items to the board to have a conversation about, do you feel that these are the right things for us to be focusing on? or is there something that we're actually missing? I know that I've heard several comments. We've talked about the need to include math under student achievement, but it is possible that there are some other areas, should we continue science, which we've made a big push for, or do those become part of just the way that the district operates now, as opposed to the things that we aspire to? And I think that's one of the things as we start working and as you give us guidance on what we should be doing. This is really about, the strategic plan is really about what are we aspiring to do moving forward, and being really mindful this time that we can't do everything under the sun, which I think when we did the first strategic plan, we were very ambitious, but so much so that there were some things that just never got accomplished. And so we want to make sure that what we say we're going to do gets accomplished across the board. After we get the feedback on the 29th, we will come back and start thinking about the desired outcomes, actions, and identifying the owners. That is also a new item that will come on for the strategic plan. The previous version does not identify the particular department that owns it. The new one will identify which department owns it, which will help create some more accountability across the board. And so we will have, once we have those draft desired outcomes, actions, and owners, we'll bring that back to the board just to sort of spot check. And then again, our goal is able to bring you a draft of the strategic plan with action plans that will lead to the outcomes that we're sort of desiring. In May, we will collect feedback from all of our stakeholders and bring that feedback back to the Board of Trustees to sort of explain whether or not to sort of see if we're still on the right track. And then in June, this will be the first plan that we adopt. And then after that, the subsequent meetings will be the adoption of the LCAP as well as the budget. And I will say that we've already started meeting, and the principals have already been tasked with going out to their stakeholders to make sure that they explain this process and get themes. In talking with the district advisory committee, I know DLAC, for the most part, everybody seems to be agreeing thus far with the topics that we've already pulled. But it will be interesting to bring the complete list of items to the trustees and sort of make sure that we're on the right page. So our next steps, we've just opened the LCAP survey, and one thing I forgot to mention is that as part of us checking, when the LCAP closes and we have the actual data, we will then check one more time. So even though we're collecting all this qualitative information, the survey results will inform us to make sure we're not missing anything else. So we will use that towards the end, and that is right around the April timeline. But as you can see, our goal is to really, over the next couple of months, focus on bringing a first draft of the Strategic Plan 2026 to the Board of Trustees. And then we continue on with the goal of, by the 18th, approving the LCAP, the local indicators, and the federal addendum, which are required, and then sending that to the County of Education on the 25th. And so parents, we've already started encouraging them to take the LCAP survey. And so as well as the parents, the staff, and students, our principals are already working on opportunities to allow staff to take the survey during the day. And then we in the district office will be setting up our own particular meeting to do the exact same thing. And so both of us remain open to answer any questions that you have.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rudolph and Ms. Bauer. Questions from the board? Trustee Blakely?
Not a question, I have a comment.
Okay. Trustee Conley?
Yes, so I was wondering the items on the strategic plan that we might not have accomplished yet, like the culturally responsive teaching and training and customer service for all of our staff. Are those things that will be folded in as we discuss moving forward? Would that be under the inclusivity or?
Right, so we started off, I think at the very beginning of the strategic plan, we rolled out culturally responsive training for staff. We trained principals, and we actually last year did a training for principals again. We did for secretaries, clerks, and then we sort of hit a snag, and we recognized that we hit a snag. And one of the things that we've learned is that we need an owner. And so culturally responsive training actually falls under multiple departments. And so there's, because it falls under multiple departments, it's easy for it to fall through. And so we believe that that will probably be one of the items that just gets ported over into the new one. But I will be honest, one of the items that probably won't make it will be the capstone. And I think part of the reason of the capstone is that in order to move the dial on that one, it's going to require a heavy lift. And so while it's great to aspire to the capstone, creating a new rubric and adding additional testing on top of the things that we're already doing may not be the right approach at this particular time, especially with 2 curriculum adoptions. And so that gives you sort of the nuance of, we've piloted the capstone a couple of times, but we still haven't we haven't gotten that much traction out of it. And part of that's because of a lot of other things that have sort of come. Blended learning is another example of it. We started it, and then it sort of backfired, depending on which side of the fence you're on. And then we sort of we sort of went to sort of a one-to-one environment in the middle schools. And so that's one of those ones that it's okay for us to purposely abandon. But the culturally responsive one, I believe, falls into something that we need to continue in terms of inclusivity. But I think culturally responsive is not inclusive enough of what we really are trying to do. I think it is the beginning step across the board.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question. In the leadership meetings, it looks like that we're on February 4th. Is this just for informational purposes in terms of planning for the strategic plan, or were you eliciting feedback from site leadership? For instance, several of our current goals are to close the achievement gap, and almost everyone in this room knows that that entails preschool and preschool for all. So are those a part of any of the discussion, or is it just sort of we're in the wheelhouse we're in and preschool is sort of beyond our purview?
No, the director, so in the leadership team meeting, it has all the directors, principals in the actual meeting. So she was actually there. The principals did provide feedback in terms of the bins or the big buckets of things that they were talking about. And some of those same exact themes came up. One of the things I will say, we have 1.5 or 1.25 preschool directors. So if you include Director Mays as a part of overseeing a preschool, you really have just 1.25 of a voice in a meeting that has close to 35 individuals. And so oftentimes preschool falls towards the bottom of the conversation because you have principals who are saying, these are the items that we need. But I will say one of the things Mrs. Bauer and I talked about is that the expansion of preschool will be one of those items that will most likely continue. What that looks like and sort of what the outcomes and metrics are is going to be an interesting conversation. But we have I believe it's either the next meeting or the meeting after, we actually have an update from preschool. And so we'll be able to collect some more direction at that time too, as well as at the meeting on the 29th.
Any other questions from trustees? Members of the public on this item? Trustee Blakely.
Well, just 2 comments. One is I like the approach, and especially, aligning the 3 years with the 6, the 2, 3. That makes a lot of sense, and I'm glad that we're thinking about all this now, not at the very last minute. So I'm pleased with the approach. I also, just on that cultural competency thing, I'd wanted to say I was intrigued by the Love to Learn contract that was on consent that will be at Castro and Therakoff with culturally sensitive PD for our teachers, and I'm hopeful that maybe that could be a good platform. You'll let us know how that works. But thank you.
I'll just say I love that we have department assignments on this. I remember from my first retreat, I think all of cabinet was there, and something like 33 of the items fell on Miss Bauer's shoulders, which was something like 70 or 80%. So Yeah, year one. So I think this is good, at least not only in terms of planning, but in terms of feasibility of accomplishments. If one department is disproportionately tasked with lofty and well-intended goals, we need to know how we're allocating those resources and what the feasible outcomes are within a 5-year event horizon. So I think that's an excellent inclusion. Um, that's the only comment I had.
I forgot to ask earlier, our board retreat coming up on February 29th, will that be streamed for people or will that be?
It will not.
But it is a meeting that's open to the public if they
Yes.
wish to attend. So I encourage people to come in, get in early on their comments or feedback or ideas for the strategic plan at that meeting.
If there are no other comments, we'll move on to item E, feedback on requirements for the 2020-2021 calendar.
Did you put these down there too? So we are, and this will be in the back of the room also, we're passing out to the board 2 copies. One is Mountain View Los Altos recently redrafted calendar, as well as Los Altos School District's calendars, which will help inform some of the questions that we have for the board.
Are you passing the Los Altos?
It's stapled together. If you
Los Altos, MVLA is page 1 and Los Altos is page 2.
Good evening, trustees. I'm here today to present to you what we have so far for our school year calendar and to get some interest from you this evening. So as you know, each year we establish an academic school calendar for the following academic year. It includes the first day of school, last day of school, holidays, parent-teacher conferences, recess days, which means no school for students or teachers, and professional development days for our teaching staff. So the requirements that we have: students must attend per ed code 180 days. Teachers in our district contractually are obligated to work 7 additional days in accordance with our collective bargaining agreement. So these 7 days are set aside for professional development, and they have to be established in accordance to the CBA with our MBA union. We have a calendar committee team. We have a member here in the audience. This is from Article 9 of our CBA. And our considerations is, in accordance with the trustees' interest and direction, we've always aligned our students' start and end dates with the holidays, the start and end dates of Mountain View Los Altos High School District. Los Altos School District, on the other hand, does not align their calendar with MVLA. MVLA approves its calendar annually in January. This year, for some reason, there's been some discussion and delay for their approval. So the highlights of MVLA's calendar are, as you see. The start date is August 12th. Their last date is June 4th. Then you see all of the holidays, Labor Day. They have 2 days in October they call recess days, where there's no school for students or teachers. As you can see in the draft, this still applies. Veterans Day is in the middle of the week. It's a federal holiday, so you have to have it when it's instituted. They have a week off for Thanksgiving this coming year. Christmas is the same as ours, and Martin Luther King, February break. They have a March recess day. No students or teachers. They have an April break, and of course Memorial Day is May 31st. And just for your information, these are the highlights for Los Altos School District. They start a little later. They start August 19th and they go until June 9th. They have almost the same holidays, Labor Day, but they have a September recess day, which is no school for students. They have the Veterans Day. They have November recess days for the 23rd and 24th. What they do is their parent-teacher conference days for parents, for families. Parents are invited to have a conference with their teacher. Teachers do work those 2 days if they feel there is a need to meet. And then they have Thanksgiving holidays, normally the 25th, 26th, and 27th. Same Christmas holidays, same January, February, and April and Memorial Day break. So the impacts of the way we we set up our current calendar. It's hard for parents, both parents and MVSD planning, because we have to wait on MVLA to approve their calendar because we align our holidays with them. This year, MVLA's start date is early, August 12th, and it's midweek, which we know that may impact some families when they're planning their summer camps. And also, it's been made very clear to me that it's problematic for our union because they feel that they get a voice in planning the professional development days, but that's pretty much it. That we're waiting on MVLA to develop their calendar. They, on the other hand, only have 6 days of professional development, whereas we have 7. So then we always have to figure out that extra day. So we would like input from our trustees tonight. Our first question is, should we continue to align our holidays, our student start dates, end dates with the Mountain View Los Altos High School District to support our MVWSD families who may also have siblings enrolled in MVLA, because we do have that. Should we move our parent-teacher conferences to January 2021? This would provide parents with more information, including the iReady reports regarding their students' academic achievement and progress. And should we come to you with 2 to 3 years of calendar at one time? All right, well, it looks like we're opening this up for board input. Are there questions from the board on this? Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, I'm interested in why you included the Los Altos calendar. I mean, what difference does it make to us what their calendar is?
We wanted to provide you just a perspective that we have a neighboring district that doesn't align their days with the high school district. And there was a question, I think, today asking about the August 19th start date, a possibility for us. So we just wanted to give you some perspective. That was the only reason why we did that. Any other questions from the board or members of the public? We had a comment card on this item from Mrs. Escobar.
So as a parent of a 3rd and 7th grader, in 2 years, I will have a student in our school district and then in the high school district. So for all the parents with that, I would say aligning at least the holiday breaks is a really important key to have, because if you have one child have a vacation at one time and the other one doesn't, it just gets very complicated. I think where there's some room for flexibility in not aligning the schedule would be with the start and end dates, if they're within a couple of days of each other, because I think most parents can, if the high school is starting in the middle of the week, but you choose to start, at the beginning of the week or in the beginning of the next week, I think that would be very easy for a parent to accommodate. I can then take my parent hat off, and I am now a teacher in the district, and I am on the calendar committee as a representative for the school district, for the MVA. And so I'm just here to kind of hear what you have to say, because I think it's very valuable to have some guidance as we are creating the calendars, to know kind of what your opinion is, to make sure that we meet all of the guidelines that you as the board kind of give us to be able to make the most effective calendar.
Thank you. Sure.
I have a question if you have a moment. What is your opinion of the Thanksgiving break going from the
Personally, I don't think so. As a parent, I think it would be lovely to have an entire week off if we do wanted to travel somewhere. That just gives you a little bit of extra time. And as a teacher, that would be the 2 days that we currently have where we're teaching. We often will struggle to kind of find something meaningful for those 2 days because it's a little bit harder. Many students will be pulled out by their families, and so we might have several students missing in our class. And so you don't want to do something that's critical because you might have 5 or 6 kids in your class who are not there to receive that instruction. And so it's really hard to kind of find a good balance between, what is crucial and yet you still want to continue on with instruction. Does that help?
Thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah, thank you. We'll open it up to trustee comments.
I'm always jumping in. I will say this has not always been that we aligned with the high school district. My first year of my older sons starting at Mountain View High, it might have even been 2 years, the calendars were like a week off. So the high school district started a week or two early. It was at least a full week earlier than we did. And then we got out a full week later. So it squeezed the summer break from 10 weeks to 8. And that was very difficult planning from a family perspective. And so my overall, strongest comment would be to try to align with the high school district on one end or the other as much as possible so that you don't end up just having a big miss where it eats into the family's vacation. Because it was difficult. And I know many other families express that. My understanding is the reason the high school district is now starting pretty early is because they have to find additional minutes, 10,000 additional minutes in order to accommodate the late start time. And so that's why this is all in flux, is they're working very hard on that. And we fortunately are not quite in that same position. I mean, I don't think we'd want to add extra days because of a late start time. I think we already talked about that when we discussed a late start time. So I would just really try to make them overlap as much as reasonably possible without a big chunk on one end when we're in session and a big chunk on the other end when they are. As far as aligning the exact holidays, I don't feel as strongly about that. I've heard from teachers over the years that it's a really long slog until the vacation. You've got like Labor Day and Veterans Day, and that's just, there's a long slog in between until they get Thanksgiving. So to get the whole week at Thanksgiving might be good, but I'm curious about, it looks like the high school district has a 4-day weekend in October for everybody. And I don't know, just from what I've heard, that might be of interest to people, give you a little breather in the middle. I'm seeing some heads nod. My one concern about not going along with the Thanksgiving week would be, would more families then pull their kids out if the high school kid is out and go away? But, as Ms. Escobar said, that's already kind of happening. So I don't feel as strongly about that. That's where I am. Oh, the 3-year, I'm sorry, I should have looked at the questions. The 2 to 3 years at one time, maybe 2, but I would really like to be able to make adjustments as, with the high school district. I wish that we could meet together and figure things out. But I know the reason that they're going through this year is because of the change in the start time and having to add extra days to accommodate that.
So I'm going to approach it from the standpoint of people with younger kids. I've already had multiple emails from moms like, what are you doing for summer camps? Is that last week a full week? Am I going to be out money if I pay for a full week and now school starts in the middle of the week? Steve and Kate's camp, which is one of the more expensive ones, it's a great camp, but it's the only one that has that kind of a flexibility. So for people who don't have a stay-at-home parent, a change like this where things are not starting and ending on the beginning of a week can be hard financially. So I'm gonna take an approach from a resource limited family's perspective who may not have vacations, who may not be traveling. Mm-hmm. Thanksgiving's the most expensive time of the year. If you are resource limited, you're likely not flying anywhere. These are some of our most vulnerable kids. So I would just like to point that out. High school kids are generally self-reliant. At least when I grew up, you could leave them alone. Maybe people don't do that anymore, which I'd be shocked, but it could be happening. I think that they can spend a day or two while, the other kids are, if they're not perfectly aligned. I believe when Dr. Rudolph and I spoke about this, if we were to do our start date on, would it be the 18th?
17th.
Oh, 17th, sorry. I'm thinking of this as with a Sunday and on this August 17th and ending on June 10th, we would have to keep the Thanksgiving holiday the way we've traditionally been doing it, which would be just those 3 days. Is that correct, given all the PD?
We'd have to count the days again. I can't.
Okay.
Yeah, just in terms of when I'm saying I was meaning reasonably in line to not like a whole week off at one end or the other.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly. I hear your concern about midweek starts, and I don't think a few days of lack of.
So back to the resource limited, a lot of people have very limited vacation time. And so when they have to accumulate it through the year, so to have a week off in Thanksgiving and then 2 weeks off or more in December could be a challenge. I think we often forget to think about people who are more resource limited than people who aren't, and people who may have more challenges with care. So I kind of, when I was looking at this, I wanted to put on that lens because I don't know that we often do. Since I've been in the district, we've always started on a Monday and ended on a Friday. And I started when I had a kindergartner and he is in camp all summer or at sleepaway camp or, I have to work. So I just would like to keep us in mind as we're thinking about this and formulating our decisions. I appreciate that the high school needs to make their changes for their start time, but I'd like to respect our families and some of their needs.
I don't think what we're saying is mutually inconsistent. That's all. I hear what you're saying, and I think those are very valid points. It's just, it used to be that one started a full week earlier than the other and ended a full week earlier.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to steer clear of.
Yeah.
If there's a couple of days, if the high school starts midweek and we start on a Monday or something like that, I think we'll have fewer days than they do. So.
Yeah.
I'll go next.
Sorry.
Are you done?
Just the calendar. I agree with Trustee Blakely on the calendar issue for the approval. I think 2 years max would be where I'd be comfortable with. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, I wasn't. I didn't know you weren't done. Okay, so I agree with 2 years of calendar at one time. I have a question. Trustee Blakely brought up the long haul in the, in the fall, summer, fall, and she was admiring, having 2 days off in October. What's your reaction to that, compared to your comments about difficulty of childcare?
I think with Right at School, there's options, but there are not a lot of child camps that are already currently set up, operational, have rental space and agreements to do a 2-day camp. And a lot of our families are dual working families. I think it would be a challenge. It's not like anything. Nothing's impossible, but it would take.
So
it would be a lift.
Conley, you looked like you had a comment to that.
I'm gonna millennial myself right here. So in my social media feeds, there's been a lot of discussion and a lot of panic about getting summer camps planned and childcare planned, and many of the people that I interact with on a regular basis are dual working households, dual income households, and those 1 and 2 day breaks just kill people. They have to find childcare. It's expensive. We're looking at hundreds of dollars to cover those things, and so. Although I know that October is within education, it is a moment in time where morale really starts to drop. And it's a very, very hard time. So maybe 1 day, but I wouldn't do the 2 days, just because I know how hard childcare is in this area. I have other comments, but if you want to address
I'd like to. So, Ms. Wilson, what would you think about a 1 day in October?
I would have to think more about it.
Okay. So the reason I bring it up is I've heard the same comment for years, is that people just start, sliding in, just morale and energy in October. So if we could, add some sort of, day in October, I think that'd be a good idea. Nobody's brought up the move parent-teacher conferences to January, and I think that's an excellent idea. So instead of just these kind of pro forma parent-teacher conferences, it would be a meaningful one. So I would agree with that. I agree with the comments about, start on a Monday and end on a Friday kind of thing. And, if the high school district wants to have a couple days different than that, that would be fine. One thing I am interested in is having a different last day of school than the high school, because there's a lot of families who want to go to multiple graduations, and every year they have to make a decision about how they're going to do it. So I would like us to try to be that way. I agree with aligning our school holidays. So I think that's it.
I agree on the different graduation days. I think that's a really good call.
I think that on the graduation days, we could have it's just an idea. It might not be feasible. If we had our middle school, if we had some of our graduation ceremonies, say on a Thursday instead of the Friday, but we had school through Friday. Is that something that is feasible? There's fifth grade promotion, there's eighth grade graduation, and there's high school graduation.
So typically, and I have some principals sitting here, if typically on Thursdays, because we do the promotion ceremonies for eighth grade on Fridays, they do their ceremonies on Thursdays. And have Friday as the last day of school. So that way families with siblings that are younger can enjoy both events.
What if we bumped back and we did fifth grade on Wednesday, eighth grade on Thursday, high school on Friday? It's just a thought.
We have a calendar committee, don't we?
Yeah, you have to.
The calendar committee can discuss it.
We know what day the high school's graduation day is on, and then we can easily avoid that. But as it stands right now, if you were to keep all of the recess days that exist, as it stands, we would end on the 11th.
So I would like to comment on I don't think we need to match Mountain View Los Altos High School District exactly. I believe that we should match winter break. I believe that we should match February break, and I believe that we should match spring break. And then I agree with Trustee Blakely's comment that if we could not have this weird situation where they start early and we start extra, that we try not to carve up more of the summer than we have to. But I'm also in favor of starting on a Monday and ending on a Friday because of childcare issues. It's a huge burden.
What about, you didn't mention Thanksgiving.
So Thanksgiving, I know, I think people who have the whole week off, who are working, are very fortunate. But I don't know that that's the majority of our families. And so I would encourage the calendar committee to look at the student attendance from Thanksgiving this past year on that Monday and Tuesday and see what happened there. And if it's something that we do see a majority of students, maybe we look at it, but I'm not as interested in making that a week.
Neither am I. I'm not either.
Okay.
I think the people who are probably pulling kids are
that's all.
Not maybe the kids that are probably doing all right in school.
People who
could be a
have
mix.
resources to fly somewhere
Yeah, absolutely.
for the week.
And there's already 4 other holidays in November.
So I'm not interested. Now, I'm sure we'll get some feedback about that, and maybe there's an interest out there that I don't know about. I am fully supportive of moving our parent-teacher conferences back. I'm very excited about that so that we can use our data more effectively. I'm not sure about a 2 to 3 year calendar at once. I'm almost hesitant to have a 2-year calendar at once because we never know what the high school district's going to do. But then maybe if we do it for 2 years, they'll follow our lead instead.
I have a question about that. If we did a 2-year calendar and there were a compelling reason to alter the second year that came up, far enough in advance, would we be able to revise it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can always revise it, but I think that, calendars are cyclical animals, right? So I think it's every 8 years or something like that. You can actually recycle a calendar and use the exact same dates. And so and I may be off. I mean, it's been a while since I've learned that fact. But the purpose of doing the 2 to 3 years really helps for planning purposes and allows you to schedule things in advance so you know when your professional development days are. And it does provide some continuity to staff so they know what's going to happen. So when they take vacations or they're planning for their own families, they know when they have to get back. It's always a challenge right now because so many people are trying to plan their vacations for us to have to wait until after someone else makes a decision.
Yeah.
But you always reserve the right to go back and amend the calendar at any given point in time, even if you adopted multiple years.
I mean, one of my main concerns about that is that I don't know if professional development days come up in our negotiations around contracts, and if that would be something that we would have to move on. But if that's something that we can fix if we need to, and it's more about shifting PD and not necessarily the students, I'm amenable to a 2-year contract.
Okay.
I think that's, and I hope that, sorry, I hope that we, this is a very delayed process for us this year, and people are freaking out. And I completely understand why. Like, if you wanted to go to Hidden Villa Summer Camp, they went live on January 26th, and they booked out almost immediately. Everyone's got their trigger on the button. It's so hard to get into camps, and so not knowing the schedule is very, very stressful.
That was going to be my comment. I'm hoping that in future years, whether it's a single year or 2 or 3, this is one of the first things that's voted on in January. Same issue, whether it's Hidden Villa or not. A lot of the discounted rates are applied in January and they end on February 1. So
I think the inherent issue is always going to be that as long as you're waiting on the high school district to determine the calendar, then you know unless everyone's sitting down and making this a priority, you're always going to be subject to when they get theirs done. And I think the point that Mrs. Geisos was making was that Los Altos doesn't take that approach. That they and in fact, when I talked with the superintendents, I think in November, Mr. Bear was very clear that this is what Los Altos is going to do, and they sort of kept moving forward. And so I think that's the difference. At least since I've been here, the direction's always been to align the calendars because of the holidays and stuff like that, and that does create logistical issues for us. And I think everyone in here would like to sort of move forward. And if we have to make adjustments, we make adjustments as we see changes. But, you know, we would like some predictability also, and we would like to provide that to our families.
I also didn't weigh in on the moving the teacher conferences to January, but I'm all in favor of it. I think that iReady tool is great, and there'll be much more meaningful conferences.
I'll second.
So what we'll do is, and I want to make sure I capture this right. So winter, spring, and the February break should stay the same. Thanksgiving is a little bit more flexible in terms of it. It doesn't need to necessarily be a week, and I think that's more reflective of the needs of our particular community compared to others. So that's understandable. And then what we can do, whether or not we need 4 days off, or a 4-day weekend in October, I know that's probably more of a California thing. Well, because the grind on the East Coast is actually after Christmas break, and it's
The weather.
You don't get ski
we
week.
do, but there is no vacate after you hit Martin Luther King holiday. You get no break until spring break, which is normally around Easter, and so that's why they call it the grind. Versus in California, we get ski week and everything else. But what I will say is, are you interested in at least trying to keep some type of and I think this is what we've heard from staff, some type of holiday or recess once a month to sort of recharge the soul, even if it's not a 4-day holiday, maybe it's a 1 day, and that can sort of help us to not end a week and a half later, but allow us to end somewhere close and try to adhere to the Monday, sort of Friday.
Would that put us at the 4th or the 11th of June?
So right now, if we started on the 17th and we kept all of the holidays and recess days as they are, that will put us at the 11th, just on my rough count. If you take out the two of the recess days, you're now on the 9th, which is the same end date. But again, I mean, this is me making little tally marks. I don't know. I could have, was I right on that?
I agree, but it was quick.
It was pretty quick. So
Add one, we end later.
no. So if you don't do the two recess days, you end on the same day as the high school district, which is the 9th.
So that's the Thanksgiving, possibly.
That's the Thanksgiving. But you can, I guess what I'm trying to say is there's a little bit, if we're not set on the recess days, we have a little bit more flexibility to try and keep everything pretty close to the same. But it's,
And like I said, I'd like us to try, if there's support for this, try to end on a different day, or at least have graduations on a different day than the high school district.
well, graduation, that's the easy one. I mean, we know theirs is on the 4th, so we can take care of that. But it's just a matter of, do we have the ability, from your feedback, for recess days to play with those outside of the Thanksgiving day? Or do you want, for instance, the one that you were talking about, October 9th through the 12th or 13th, do you want that to, since it's a 5-day break for students, do you want to adhere to that and something like that in the calendar?
I think that was a 4-day break. The night just says it's end of quarter, but still.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But it sounded like what I was hearing people say was that one day might be nice, but we didn't need to.
Okay.
Because of for vacation or for camp and childcare coverage.
Yeah, I don't know if it's possible, but in an ideal world, it would be like a start of August 17th and an end of June 4th, but I don't know if that's feasible. Because don't we usually end the first week of June?
You end up losing, you would have to find 5 days.
Here's we do.
And so you would have to take recess days out.
If we cut the...
You have 2 in November, 3 in October, and you would still need to get rid of 2 more. So you may be losing the March one, and then you have to find 1 more.
Do we usually end the first week of June, or have we ended the second week of June in the past?
It's been both.
It's been both.
It's been both, okay.
And sometimes it's a Tuesday, sometimes it's a Thursday. There hasn't been a lot of rhyme or reason, as far as I'm aware, in terms of trying to make it end on a Friday.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we will take this to the calendar committee, and we'll go from there. And we'll bring it back to you as quickly as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Am I still on here? All right, we'll move on now to item 11, board updates. Okay, if you have any, please send them in to Ms. Luca. And we have the future board meeting dates on here. Our retreat is coming up on the 29th. And it looks like, I find the time here, at 10:52, we will adjourn this meeting of the Mount Wisman School District.